as nobody says anything.
We're going to Dalseth, right?
I know he was supposed to give us the coordinates. Did Oglinski
Excellent.
actually give us?
I think he did. I think there was a part where he said, "Oh yeah, we can get the travel logs from Stent." I'm looking at my notes.
I mean, I remember him saying that as well. I just don't remember if it actually happened.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Gary told us like a specific location. I think he just said, "Yeah, you can." He gets you the travel logs. Yes, I wrote that down. So it must be true.
So I assume if we go to Dalseth's prison, we're gonna run into some star shadows.
So before we go to Dulcet's prison, this is also
Hmm.
long ago. Why were we coming and attacking this world ship? Just to get to
Because we
stop attacking the Iron
Yeah,
Tower?
no, because we wanted the
Uh,
information on where Dalseth's prison was.
yeah. So like to back it up quite a bit, because I also was thinking about this. So when we went to Mab because because the world was getting hot, and so we knew we needed to free Winter as well as Summer. So we free her, and then we're having a conversation. And I think like around that time, is that when we had gotten the vision about On? And so then we're like, okay, we really got to move on this On vision thing and not let her get killed by the Night King. And since Margot was in the vision with the knife, we're like, okay, we got to make sure that Margot has Dalseth's name so that the knife will kill the Night King so that when the vision happens, we're hoping that they're going to double cross the Night King and kill him and that that can actually happen. So Dalseth was the priority. And then we asked Mab about it, and she was like, "Well, I can get his name, but basically, like, it'll draw attention to me, and I don't want to do that. So maybe you could ask somebody else or like find some other way to figure it out." And then for some reason, we decided to go to Aegis. We thought he would know. Is it because he was
we
being
knew he was
attacked?
under attack. We knew he was under attack somehow. I'm not quite sure how.
It's because we saw Mab awaken all the dragons, and they flew out to attack the
No,
vampire from
That's
the
right. We saw
Imperium
her vision of
when we met.
yeah, no, we saw no, that was
Lachesis.
That was
Lachesis,
the
yeah. And
yeah. That was
she showed us all those windows of different things happening, and then the dragons flew out to it to like defend their home. Yeah, that's right.
So we knew that the dragons were defending the plane of the Iron Tower and that they were awakened. But why did we connect that with Dalseth? I don't. That's the
because
thing. I
we knew that we needed to get either the head of the Whis or someone high up in the Imperium because we knew that those two people were working with the Night King.
Okay. And so they would know, like,
We were
well,
hoping they would know.
or I guess we knew, yeah, we knew. I mean, we knew Stent was the link to Delseth, and I think we blew some chances. Like, we blew up Stent's ship. Like, we blew some chances to get the travel logs easily.
Mhm.
So then we end up at the plane of the Iron Tower, and Aegis tells us we can either go after the Whis or go after the Imperium because either of them might know what was going on with Stent.
Turns out they do,
And they do.
or at least one of them does. So I talked with, and the last weekend of September would be preferable, but only slightly. But since that is also the weekend that everybody can make, it would be my preference, unless it ends up between now and then that one or more people have to cancel. So
Which weekend, sorry?
the last weekend of September. So
Oh,
the
yeah, that works for me.
27th,
27th.
27,
yeah,
28.
yep, 27, 28.
That works for me.
Cool deal. Cool. So yeah, you guys go, and the other thing is that Aegis being an enemy of the Imperium for quite a long time, needing some Imperium information. I think there was some discussion that he probably knows a thing or two about stuff from the Imperium, which is true. So let's jump into last time. What did you guys actually do last time? Because last time was sort of teeter on the edge of battle for a long time. But what actually got accomplished during session? 'Cause we did a bunch of stuff, but we never really left this room.
Yeah, it was all talking to the Exarch and simultaneously trying to hack the beacon.
hmm And the Exarch did seem to be interested in talking to you and interested to being sort of fluffed up by these people that are either important agents or they are,
Very good spies, he said.
yeah, good spies or powerful agents. Either way, he wants to know something about what's going on here. And you guys kind of try to figure out what you could about this guy while also hacking into things. What was actually going on there? Like, what's happening? What's the sitch?
Well, eventually it comes out that there is a adversary present in the Exarch that we're able to out by getting it to say its name 3 times.
And specifically by getting Oglinski to say it through the beacon.
So, combination of things, right? I would say that your characters would be aware that if you just asked this thing, it would have probably been able to keep the appearances up because it also triggered it asked you all 3 times and triggered the thing on your side, but asking a Glindsey and like having the true evocation of the name of the thing that it's impersonating and it at the same time was able to overcome its ability to hide itself.
Also, I'm curious, if I hadn't asked through the beacon, if we had just asked as people standing in front of him, would he have answered us?
Answered name wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, you feel like he would have been able to give you his name as the Exarch under
Okay.
pressure, but having it from both directions was not having the truth right there. That it would have a hard time denying, have a hard time taking over the name of something that has a nature that was doing something.
Right. So yeah, Griffle did some hacking. Got into the mainframe.
Mm-hmm.
And then found out the mainframe was kind of like an animal. Not like anything that we have on Sulban.
Yeah, so it's similar to beacons and stuff that you've been around before, but there are some key differences between the way that the world ship works and the way that the beacon works with the world ship between what you're used to. It's more as a thing that you handle than something that you control.
And we asked the beacon if it knows who it was, and it said, I was a mirror placed before the one who came before. I was one of those who watched those who walk.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I don't think we have a definitive answer there, but seems like the beacon was somebody important.
Did we determine whether it said mirror or Mia? I think it said mirror, didn't it?
Mirror, correct.
Yeah. Which sounds like it was the embodiment of a plane somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, hang on. I think mirror was not capitalized, and we said it was it probably meant more like reflection, right? It was a reflection of
But we also speculated like the way that a star is called a seed, like is a mirror, like old timey speech for something else.
Hmm.
And it is like a plane being called a mirror or a plane being called a reflection is something that you hear from different individuals, right? Like a lot of the things that make a big deal out of plane hopping don't tend to refer to them like that. But a lot of the things that are primarily or, exclusively like prime creatures, they will oftentimes refer to things as a mirror. Usually because they're referring to the Shadowfell and so the Fell and the Wilds as to reflections of the real world, and then quote unquote the real world, the prime, and then all of the other ones are like further flung things that are frequently not visited, but are kind of hand waved away as being like, oh yeah, they're sort of the same thing as the things they can easier conceptualize. So you talk with the beacon, you get some information about potentially who the beacon was and what's going on here, are able to withdraw out the avatar of the Harbinger and work with Oglinsi in taking Oglinsi's spot in the Exarch's body back, in dispelling the false Oglinsi, the avatar that was superimposed on top. And then what happens next?
Well, yeah, so we like narratively fight the avatar of he who comes before. And then we have a conversation with Oglinzi. So he asks us to res the pilot that he killed when he was a baddie. And
Why did he ask you to res? Did he not have anyone else that he could res? Could he not res him himself?
well, so that's where you were saying that it seems almost like he has like a nature, like resurrection is a sin in the Imperium and it's not his sin, and so it would be difficult for him to violate that. Like he'd rather not if he can help it.
Yeah. He seems like he, at least in some way, is observing the sins as being taboos, right? Taboos, or maybe even hard rules that he can't do it. Can't, won't, prefers not to, somewhere in that category, but will ask that you do it, seemingly with the idea of, okay, well, this seems to be rectifying something that was wrong, even though the process is bad for me. Maybe there is the idea that there are exceptions is not it's not automatically foreign.
Gary, when he was saying, or when he was talking to us, and we kind of got the impression that there was um, he had a nature. Was it
Mhm.
similar? So I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been Lachesis. It said Shadow Mantle has bound himself so tightly with rituals that it's basically like he has a nature, but it's self-imposed.
Mhm.
Is that kind of the same vibe?
Yeah, the vibe you get from him is that it's not like he has a sort of like a pre-built mantle of power, rather that it's something that's constructed, something that's been put into place, right? That the idea of the way that this creature is, and you guys learned from talking to him that he's probably pretty old, not like truly ancient, like some of the really old things, but notably a lot older than you guys, and that some level of doing the same thing, observing the same rituals, having power concentrated in a certain set of ways can sort of kind of fake it until you make it style of getting a nature that's it's not going to follow all the same rules, but there is something like it that even if it's not exactly a nature, it's pretty close to functionally what it is.
Would would I expect that violating one's nature and violating one's institution, I guess, would create the same vulnerability to the adversary?
You're not sure. It might just be that it's sort of two similar things, right? You've seen a lot of stuff like this in other cultures, right? You've seen, for example, the way that the vampires interact with one another and some of the codes of conduct and stuff that they use, it mimics Fey language, where it doesn't have the same penalties associated with violating things that violating Fey treaties does. But culturally, it kind of does have those things because they will sort of self-enforce, and there will be this sort of like almost like a universal constant that the more weight gets put behind this ritual that they create, the more it'll actually feed into it. So like the way that the vampire courts have mimicked the Fae almost creates a miniature Fae-like nature breaking thing that goes with it. And you think that there's something like that here as well.
Sorry, dumb question. And this goes back to nature versus not nature. Why would something want to mimic nature and kind of get nature?
I
That's
think
not
we
a
know
good one.
why someone would want to have a nature, but I don't know why someone would necessarily want to mimic a nature unless it offers the same benefits.
I don't think they know. First of all, I don't think they know the difference, and I also get the distinct impression that nature isn't something that you choose; it's something that you get.
Yeah, I mean, because remember we met Mark's daughter, and couldn't she have a nature or not have a nature? She could like
She can
switch
give
it.
people nature.
Yeah. It seems like having a nature protects you from the adversary as long as you stay in your lane. Like having a nature is like the most real you could be. Like the most uncorruptible reality you could be as long as you don't violate it. But then like mortals who don't have natures are just free agents. So their like
They can
ability
get
to
more done.
like they can be corrupted or not be corrupted, and it's not really a function of whether they adhere to their code or not.
I think that Merc's daughter also said that something to the effect of like mortals are like, so like if you have a nature, you're like both more protected and more vulnerable. Like you're more
Right.
protected by default, but then you're also more vulnerable if you go against your nature.
Right. And if you don't have a nature, you're just kind of a free agent either way.
Hmm.
Like it's like you're not especially vulnerable, but you're not especially strong either.
Yeah.
The real question, which I think is part of the question that was being asked, which I don't know if you guys, I don't think you guys have an objective answer to. I don't know if you as players and characters have an idea of what the answer might be. Is okay. Well, then what happens for these things that seem to be in the middle ground, right? Things like Shadow Mantle and seemingly like the Exarch, where they seem to be mimicking having a nature. Does that give them the same protection? Does that give them the same power? Is breaking it as bad? You don't know, because it's whether this mimicry actually does the same thing as what the original does, or what they're mimicking does, and
I
whether
mean,
they're
Did
mimicking
we?
intentionally.
go ahead, Griff.
I was gonna say like, well, first of all, I was gonna make a joke about how our recap always diverges into like, but hang on, I have questions.
You know what
It's never
happened.
just recap.
By the way, for the record, I've heard from everyone who's listened, which we've now had about 15 people listen to different parts of the series, comment about how recap is actually fun to listen to for that reason. So I don't try to keep you guys on task. One, because it's fun, and two, because for the recording part of it, it is nice that recap isn't skippable. I guess is the way to say it. Like it's not useless information that I could already know everything in recap if I was just paying attention to last episode. It's like no, there's going to be some stuff that gets brought up in musings and sort of distillations of what has been learned that you're only going to find in recap.
So I was going to ask, like, did we talk to him about because we suppose that one of the things that goes with having a nature is immortality, which, like, our understanding of immortality in this world thus far is not that you cannot die, but that you can't die of any natural cause. You must be like killed, and it's pretty hard to kill you. But that, like, it can happen, right? Like, we've seen there's the queens, for example. Like, we know that there is an original grandmother who, like, presumably hasn't died, and the only reason that there's been multiples of the other queens is that they've been at war with the adversary and other stuff and have been killed and then replaced. So, like, we know that there is a mechanism for replacing someone who has a nature in the ordinary course of things, but that people with a nature, at least our understanding at the moment, is generally that they don't die unless killed. So did we talk about immortality with a Glindsey, and did we ask, because it seemed like there was some hints that, like, he's been around for a long time, but a long time isn't necessarily immortal, right?
Yeah, I think that we got the sense that he was around 10,000, I want to
Yeah.
say. And he did talk about being raised from a deva.
Yeah, and he also didn't know about the mirror, which he would have if he was older than 10,000, because that's
Right.
Yeah.
And we did learn that, like, becoming an Exarch was like a Pokemon evolution that just happens to you.
Yeah. I don't think he chose this. I think it happened to him.
Like, it was like becoming a Clotho. Like, he was picked
Yeah.
from candidates to become the Exarch for embodying.
And he reckoned he
sin.
was picked because he explored the mirrors specifically.
Yeah. But no, I don't think we asked him point blank, like, are you immortal? Because they did talk about, well, they talked about, like, if an Exarch, like, falls, then another will take its place. But yeah, that's not the same question.
I was going to say,
So it's like
because they
working
did say
similar.
that, but the language is important here, right? He never really said an Exarch dies. That's not what he says. He doesn't say one dies and the next one.
Did he say
replaced.
fall?
He says yes. If an Exarch falls, they are replaced.
Is that because they're Deva and they turn into, like, Rakshasa or whatever the bad Devas?
Rakshasa, yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, it could be like if they lose their pseudo nature, if they, violate their tenets.
But if they have a nature, they oh no, wait, we know that they can go against their nature. Sorry, I'm being stupid.
No, you're not being stupid. It is one of those things where, like, sometimes it's when you talk to things that have a lot of power and they're like, no, that's like a hard no. It's not actually a hard no. It's a very hard, I won't do it because I know the consequences. Even if there's all this other bad shit that'll happen, it's just a hard no, where finding that there are things that will do the middle ground, you can kind of get against that thing in your mind of like, oh, we've learned from playing this game for years that that's not how that works. It's like, no. Some things will actually go against their nature if they feel like they have enough of a justification, enough of a reason.
Didn't Clotho sort of go against her nature for us at one point?
So you've been able to figure out that sort of there is a measure of like how much wiggle room you can put into it, how much you can sort of use your power to justify why an action that seems like it maybe is not within your nature is actually within your nature, and kind of using the power to massage the rules. But you know that that's right, and you can tell. Like the fairy queens are good examples of it, where they try not to do those things, and can oftentimes get frustrated. But like the more knowledgeable ones are better at skirting the boundaries of nature, better at using the justification that they can, using their own power to kind of recolor the lines as they see fit. So they do have a certain amount of agency. They do have a certain amount of freedom. But like it is obvious to your characters that like the amount of wiggle room that say the ladies have is way less than the amount of wiggle room that say like one of the queens has.
Yeah.
Or one of the mothers, right? Because the ladies are also queens. But.
So then we got Dent's travel logs.
Mm-hmm.
We also got the names of all the exarchs and which ones seem to be involved with the adversary, right?
Yeah, we uncovered / discovered a vast conspiracy within the Imperium. Looked like since what was it? 1, 3, 5, and 7. 1, 2, 5, and 7.
Sin the second. Sin the third is divination.
It's in the
2 is
second.
divination.
Yeah, so it's 2 seemed to be the instigator of all of this. Like 1 and 3 and 5 didn't seem 1 and 5 didn't seem like super on board until they talked to 2, and
But
then
I
they sort of changed their tune as
So I wrote down that 7 was leading things. Uh, 7 advocated attacking the plane of the Iron Tower, but then 2 is Ajahn who told Oglinzi about a vision, and that's what prompted Oglinzi to go along with the fight at the plane of the Iron
Yeah.
Tower.
I think
But
there
then
might have been 2 separate things here, because I wrote that down as well, but then I also wrote down that and I don't remember what it was, but 1 and 5 were reluctant to go along with something, and then they spoke to 2,
Mhm.
and they were like, "Oh yeah, no, now I'm fully on board." Like they flipped.
But then we also know that when we were in the past, when Clotho changed our skeins, and we were on Sin the Second, Sin the Second was fighting 1 and 3. And so 2 was being invaded by 1 and 3, and then that was covered up. So 1 and 3 were already corrupted, and 2 became corrupted at that battle.
Oh. Is that what was happening?
I believe so, unless I am wrong.
When you guys sort of surmise this, Oglinzi had also kind of said, well, the second the Sin the Second has not been in a major engagement for hundreds of years.
Mhm.
That if you're saying it like this has just happened, and it's like I don't think that's a thing. Either my information is wrong, you had some sort of timey-wimey thing going on that you were not when you thought you were, or option 3 is you have been tricked, you have been deceived, right? Either I've been deceived, you've been deceived, or there's an element here like time travel that has made it to where we're both correct, but we're talking about different stuff.
And we know it's time travel.
We know it's that one, yeah.
Yeah.
But like we
Do
tried
we
to tell
though? Like,
Oglinzi.
because when that
don't.
happened, didn't Clotho say she altered her skein by changing where we could have been in that moment?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
didn't we hear a
I-
recording?
I floated the idea that it was hundreds of years in the past or sometime in the future, but I think it ultimately ended up being close to the same time.
And Clotho said it was
I
just
think Oglinzi
altering.
said about 200 years. And I think I proposed last session, and I still think this, that like for someone like Clotho who like the mantle, because she doesn't have like, unlike other Clothos, she hasn't lived like a normal mortal life until she was like manifest as Clotho. So she doesn't have like a lot of the human concepts that like she would otherwise have had. And I don't think she has a good concept of time. So if she said like, "Oh yeah, I just put you like where you could have been at like a slightly different time," her slightly different time is not a matter of like seals or like spans. It's like, oh no, this is like a few hundred years.
But she didn't say at a different time. She said altered where you could have been at this time, didn't she?
I don't remember.
But I
And I
thought
think-
there was a recording from the Wilds people that had a date. Am I misremembering that? I'm gonna look in my notes.
But how long they'd been on the ship versus us. Granted, we met up with them.
They had been on
so-
there for a long time, they said.
But
Yeah.
they were mortal. Because they had some timey-wimey shit in the Feywild. And we had to meet up with them when they were on the ship. I'll look it up. Ideally. Continue.
I think that the whether Oglinski has been deceived or it's time travel, we should probably try to figure out. And I'm leaning towards not the time travel aspect, at least across a couple hundred years, because
And-
we did interact with Margot in the present time.
One thing I do want to point out is Oglensi said he was going to do something at the end of last session to act upon what was happening. He's like, I was going to do X and I decided to do Y instead because of this information. What was he going to do and what is he going to do differently now?
He was going to not return to the domain of the second. He was going to
go to
Oh.
the infinite rings, right?
I didn't write that down. I know he said he was going to go somewhere, and I think we did
Because
potentially infer
we had
that.
told him about the mirror prison, and he
Yes.
was like, he didn't really understand the concept as we understood the concept.
We told him a lot of things, and he didn't believe us about any of them, and he wouldn't independently verify.
Well, I thought he said he was going to independently verify, and he was
Well, he
going to go
wouldn't.
to where we told him the prison was,
He
which would be
wasn't
the
going to touch
infinite
our
rings.
rod, and he wasn't going to touch Baneslayer. Vexing.
Well,
I think many people with nature have refused to touch the rod, right?
A few, I think.
Did you say vexing?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
To be clear, it wasn't that he would not touch Baneslayer.
Baneslayer
I
wouldn't
wanna-
touch him.
Well,
Baneslayer didn't want to be held.
Didn't want to be held by him, and Filibuster didn't press the issue, right? So like Filibuster could have been like, no, we're going to do this anyways. But Baneslayer was like, nah, that thing's just been corrupted. I do not want to be wielded by that. And
That seems wise.
Yeah, fair. But he would not take the rod of command. And you get to see, your characters recognize, even if you guys would have to go through like notes, because I feel like you guys as players would remember this as well, that when you see certain things when they interact with the rods, you can see a bunch of different possibilities, like a bunch of different possible futures of what they're going to react to when they get close to it, whether they're going to touch it or not. And he didn't try. He never tried to grab the rod.
Which
Sort of
also
one of-
happened with Aegis, right?
Mother?
Aegis, yes.
Oh, Aegis.
Except Aegis did take the rod, right?
Well,
He did it the same way every time. There was one where it was like every time they did it, it was like a robot. Like there were no variations.
correct. So Aegis made the same. So it was the same style of thing, although the action was different. he made the same choice in every possible future, right? It seemed like he had a choice to do different things, and it didn't matter. He didn't make different choices. He made the same choice every single time. And so it looked like 1,000 different arms superimposed on top of each other, grabbing the rod with certainty. And that
Which is-
same sort of thing happened here.
And yeah, so that happened with Oglinski as well, and that's the only times that that's happened, right? Every other time you've seen multiple different choices?
I think so.
Right. Okay.
I'm saying I think so because I know what types of things get that reaction, and I don't think you've handed one of them the rod, but also I don't write my notes like that. I write my notes based on the individual, not based on like the category. So there might have been a time that you've done that I'll see when I go look through things later, but I don't think so.
Say it again, Josh. Sorry, I'm looking at notes.
So for both Oglinski and Aegis,
Uh-huh.
when they took and or refused the rod,
Uh-huh.
every possible future that the rod could have seen, they did the same action.
Yeah.
Every other person that you have given the rod to, there were
Yes.
many different possibilities.
Yes.
Aegis and Oglinski are the only ones that only had one option.
I believe that is true.
Okay. I thought that was true, but
But that's just my memory, so.
No, I'm pretty sure that is true as well. I would have to look up to confirm, but like, yeah. My mind is mostly, I think it's true. Just don't hold me to it because I'll look at notes because you guys like show that hey, touch this and see what happens for tons and tons of people.
Yeah, one.
Hey,
touch my rod, she says.
Just trying to get it out in the
my
world.
rod.
Touch that rod. Trying to share the wealth.
You want to give me a brain worm? Touch my rod.
My brain worm, don't touch it.
You've
so
had
I'm at
two this campaign.
You don't want to
for
share the
record.
astral space gummy?
it. Yeah, it gets easier the more you do it. It's like Baldur's Gate. So I'm at the part of my note around where our scheme was adjusted. And so
Can you tell me what session that is?
yeah. 53.
Jesus.
February
Christ.
18th,
Yep.
2023.
Wow.
And it's towards the end of that session.
Oh, that's the session we met Nariv.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing that I do have that was like timey-wimey is that her eye was gouged out, and she said that it happened to her 150 years ago when she saw a vision of the future. But that could be that we're in the present and that happened to her 150 years ago in the past. That was one.
Or
tiny
we were
thing.
200 years in the past and she saw a vision 350 years in the future.
Sure. I guess, yeah, like anything could have happened. But I'm trying to find where we first heard the recording, and I'm thinking it might have been a little while before we actually went.
Correct. Yeah, it would have been 2 sessions before that, I think.
Yes, because the session before that was us threading the needle, and the session before that was when we heard the recording.
How do you
I
I believe we had just left. We had just left 3 trees for the second time after like making sure that the after not recognizing Aegis's protection for baby Clotho.
Mm.
But there's a question of whether, like, where this fits into the timeline or whether some of the information is incorrect. But Oglinski says he's not going to go into the Second Fleet's prime space, and instead, because that is where he would normally go to repair, but instead he is going to go elsewhere and try to repair himself, try to fix his own problems in a place where the rest of the Imperium is unlikely to interact with him, and place so that it's unlikely he's going to run into other problems.
Mhm.
And it does talk to a certain extent about a lot of the other exarchs. He clearly has opinions on some of the other exarchs. But one of the things I do want to make clear is there's sort of a who's leading the charge, who's doing these different things. And it seems to be, from what you guys gathered from him, that when it comes to what they are doing, where like they're actually fighting against the Legion itself, that seems to be Renesteri with the Exarch of the Seventh. She seems to be the most sort of zealous of them. But the idea, the sort of second piece, right, is she is very anti-Legion. We should keep the war going with the Legion. And then there's this second piece, which is not just fight the Legion. It is we should ally with the vampires to fight the Legion, right? Where the Exarch of the Seventh sort of riles the others up and gets them on board with we should fight against the Legion. But this alliance that was created, that driving force seems to be Ajun Jay, seems to be the Exarch of the Second. So
Okay, so session 47, I think, is actually where we hear the recording.
okay.
Um, and so we find that circle of stones in the marsh.
Mhm.
We find the recording there, and it says, and it's from Margot. It says that the adversary found them and shut the portal, spun them to elsewhere, and Drock can hear the name Lakeshan. And then my notes are not the best, but it says we were ambushed by a bunch of Forerunner parasites, which caused a dimensional anomaly that could disrupt us and redirect us into wherever they're coming from. And we hear some sort of psionic attack that says the battle mind has the name, erase it from him. So that's where we were trying to find, what is it, Echo? Was the battle mind? It's something about like, I don't know. Yeah. I
So
really feel like we felt like there was a time thing.
there was a battle
Maybe.
mind named Echo that you had thought had been the one that had the name.
But maybe it was Drock in the future, which was then because we got the name in the past.
But only one of you heard the name, and it was Drock, the battle mind.
We heard them say Drock.
You didn't know that they were talking about Drock back then, but I think if you go back and watch that session and see
Drock.
how it reacts, the adversary was able to recognize that the Forbidden's name was understood by one of you.
Oh, yes,
And
it was Drock.
the battle mind that had the name was not Echo, it was Drock.
Okay, so that's crazy. So we didn't have the name, but it thought we had the name, but we did have the name because that's why he was able to hear it, because we then went back in the past in a different skein and got it.
I'm not going to say it'll be fun for you to rewatch that episode thinking about this, but my notes are crazy on that series of sessions for at least partially this reason.
Okay. That's 47 and 48, y'all.
I had a lot of fun with that one.
So 48 was the one with the A-bomb, and then we go and do a bunch of other stuff, and that's why Clotho has to rewrite history to in 52 and 53 get us like back in time or wherever, back on the ship.
All right. So, what does that mean about what you're doing now? Is going to be
Nothing.
part of the question. So Glenzie has said, "Hey, I'm still going to go retreat. I still need to repair. I'm just going to go repair somewhere else. You help free my mind. Here's the logs. Here's what's going on." So he does. You kind of make a not impromptu deal, but right. He tries to pay you back for what has been done.
Mhm.
Can I? Am I able to like ask him? If I asked him some questions about beacons, would he answer me?
You don't. It depends.
Because I don't
What-
want to take up session time doing this, because it's just for like my own, it's just me being,
You should
Okay.
ask him what part of his life does he think is preventing him from being able to commune with beacons.
What I will say is, Griffle the character and probably Foxy the player is aware that you're going to get a lot of dogma from him when it comes to asking questions about the beacon.
yeah.
But also, objectively, their beacons do function differently. So while there is going to be some dogma in there, there's going to be some real information as well.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is, if you think you can avoid running afoul of getting sort of poking him in the dogma and getting him on the defensive,
Poking him in the dogma. Okay. All right. I see. Okay. I
you
think I
you can
could.
avoid
I
that,
think Griffle can be diplomatic.
if you think you can avoid that, I think you could ask questions. If you think that you're going to get things objective, I think you know that you're going to get some weird shit you're going to have to parse from him. It's a
Gary,
question.
literally no one in this world gives us anything even remotely objective.
He's going to tell you what he thinks is going on. He seems to be pretty honest with you guys, but their understanding of stuff is different. You know, his beacon's different, so it could be something worth the session time to spend on it, because other people are going to be able to weigh in. Or you can send me messages if you just want to rapid fire. I'm game with both. I think both would have value.
Okay.
Can I
Team, what do you
say,
reckon?
yeah, I mean, you guys know how much I love talking to NPCs. So, but I did want to bring up that there is one thread that we did not address yet that maybe could feed into this. So remember there was like a ghost, wasn't there like a physical ghost
Yes,
and in
there
that
was like a
area?
person. Yeah.
And it was in an area that they could not get into, right? Like, didn't it seem like it was almost like hermetically sealed?
Yeah.
So I feel like that's a thread that, yeah, maybe our characters would have remembered to talk to this guy about, and we didn't.
That is
I-
part of the
I-
thing that I'm,
I have
one of
this
the
on my
things that
notes as something to bring up.
one of the things that I
Nice.
like about ending session with an NPC that you can talk to is so you can say, "Hey, we didn't think about this thing, but our characters would have. Let's end recap with this continuation of the story." So talking to him about talking to a Glenzie about the room and talking to him about the beacon is definitely where we can start. I just want to make sure that we've kind of gone through all of the actual parts of recap and the musing about recap before we dig back into the conversations. We pick up. Where we
Okay.
left
Yeah. True. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little trigger happy on beacons.
No, it's good.
No.
It's good. I like it.
It's
It's just I want to make sure that we cover the things because he asks you to bring the other one back. He gives you the information that he has, and one thing I will bring up, because again this has happened a couple of minutes ago for your characters. What was the Harbinger going to do when he was controlling Oglinzi? Like before you called him out, before it turned into he had to defend himself, what was going to happen if you guys did nothing?
He was gonna teleport the ship back to the planet of the Iron Tower and self-destruct it.
well, he wanted to get back in the fight, but the ship wasn't responding, so I don't think he could have. But yeah, the ship was going to explode.
The ship wanted to, but it was the beacon that wanted to self-destruct,
Yeah.
and it was the adversary that wanted to get back into the fight. Is that right?
Both of those things seem to be true, but
It seemed like because the walker that infected them was kind of like the depression walker, and it seemed like it infected the beacon as well, which is interesting because like the beacon is somewhat more alive than our beacons typically are.
Mm-hmm.
Which like kind of indicates that like if it can be infected, because like our beacon's never been affected by anything like this. Like it's been around walkers a bunch and has never had anything like this. Whereas this beacon very clearly was like, I'm depressed, I'm going to end it all.
Mm-hmm. But this beacon also remembers, in a way, who it was.
Yeah, if I asked our beacon, do you remember who you were? It would basically say, I don't understand the question.
Yeah.
I wonder. Sorry, back to the beacons, because now I'm curious about something. Because these beacons operate differently, could this beacon teach our beacon anything?
Oh.
I would not want to interface them in any way, shape, or form. I think that's a terrible idea.
Fair.
Okay,
Because
yeah, recap, guys. Recap.
Is that because you think that our beacon, if it got a personality, would not function, or?
I think our beacon runs everything on our ship. And if we lost that ability, like if the beacon, like there's so many different things that could happen. Like our beacon could awaken and become a personality of its own, which don't get me wrong, would be super fucking cool. But also like, what if it didn't want to do what we were trying to do and we lost the ship? Or like, what if they exploded? Or what if like there's a residual infection and our beacon got infected somehow? Or like, what if there's a virus, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Or just thinking like our ship is kind of like the most valuable asset we have aside from like ourselves.
Oh, Gary's putting some philosophy in the chat.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm sort of coming from. Is like I think it would be if this beacon is so vulnerable to walkers, like one of the benefits of our beacon kind of being more like machine-like is that like there's no chance it's going to get infected because we are going to come across other walkers and star shadows and stuff like,
Mm-hmm.
and if our beacon gets infected and our ship explodes and we can't fix it, like we're screwed. We're so
Well,
screwed.
and
you
and
know?
not only that, the comment about their beacon operates differently. It's something you, I forget the exact wording, but like we tell our beacon what to do. This one you kind of have to ask
Yeah.
and hope it listens, right? I
Right.
think that is
Yeah.
more short-term critical than it even just being taken over.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also not even sure that they could interface. Like our beacon, they can detect each other for sure. But like, it's not like you can just plug. Like, there's no adapter, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like Aladdin, where we say we'll free him as our third wish. First, we need
We-
to be a prince.
Although I think you freed Al Shaib on the second wish.
Yep.
Yes.
He's still around. We haven't heard from him in ages.
We went several months without playing, but because that was part of it. But because it's only been like a couple of sessions since you heard a lot from Al Shaib. But
Oh, really? Oh, jeez. Okay.
He's working on his agenda now that he's a free agent.
But yeah, so the interfacing with this beacon and learning more about this beacon, you could ask some questions there. But is there anything else that you would want to ask or want to go over before we kind of in recap? Because I think you guys have basically gone over everything that I had notes on.
Oh, was our resurrection ritual completed yet, or still ongoing?
Completed. It'll be completed basically at the end of the conversation, right? Because it takes several hours. But
Got it. Even with our crystals, it takes several hours?
no, with the crystals, it only takes like 5 minutes. But you don't want to use one of your crystals because you don't know how to get more.
Right. Okay. So we're doing the basic one that just takes longer and it's cheaper.
Correct.
Quote
Now, I
unquote
will
cheaper.
say that as we kind of transition from what happened last time to what's going on in session today, one of the things you can tell is that Glindsey is doing some sort of ritualized magic. He's doing something while you guys are resurrecting them. But he seems to be doing it to the other Deva, to the other crew members that are here. He is interacting with them in a way that seems more like he's using implements than he is talking to people or doing stuff like that. And he's using obviously divine magic. I shouldn't say obviously. In contrast to when you guys first saw what you thought was Glindsey, where he was using primarily psionic energy, the Exarch, as you see him now, is using exclusively divine power.
Is he an ardent?
Something like it, yeah.
Huh. That's cool.
He'd be more like an ardent if he was corrupted. In his uncorrupted state, he is more like an invoker.
Right. Okay.
So he's doing something. He's manipulating the crew member in some way, like while he's having this conversation. So you kind of come back in and sort of see that he's ritual casting while he's talking to you. And we get into what? You had a couple things you wanted to bring up with him, either about the beacons or about the hermetically sealed rooms or about something else. And let's start there. Griffel, do you want to start on the beacon stuff?
Sure can. Oh wait, is there anything else in recap?
I think not. I think that's all of it.
Hell yeah. Okay, in that case, I think the way I'm approaching this, because I've obviously got to like broach the topic with him pretty carefully. So I think the way that I would approach this is like, this thing at the back here is like the actual physical beacon, right? Like this big thing.
The heart of the ship that is here.
Yeah.
To contain the beacon.
And he's called it the heart as well. I've like heard that, right?
Correct.
So I think I would say like, oh, honored one. I'm curious. What is this thing you call the heart?
A sacred relic that has been passed down to us through the ages from when there were creatures that we could call things worthy of an exarch's devotion.
Okay, so a relic that has been passed down from a time when there were creatures. So not that the relic is the creature, but that it's been passed down from a time when
there were gods.
There were gods, basically.
When there were gods, these things were around, and they passed them down to us. So these are gives you the impression, right, that we are caretakers of something that the gods gave to us.
Mhm.
Right.
Can I hijack for 1 second?
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. I'm going to think about what I want to say because I don't know how to respond.
Oh, Glindsey, or what should I call it? Honored one. Honored one. Do you know the names of those worthy creatures?
None know the names, save Oprit. He remembers what cannot be known. He knows the unknowables. Those that are given passage to become the Exarch of the last fleet are given the final vestige of knowledge of the 13 whose exaltation must be remembered by the only ones who can remember him.
The Forbiddance. The
Mm.
last fleet Forbiddance, yeah.
But if Opreet knows the names, I wonder if that's BS. Then they wouldn't be forbidden.
Well, like, Drock knew Lachesis' name without it, when it was still forbidden, though. You can, like, because we talked about this, we were like, what does it mean to possess a name? Like,
Right.
what does it mean to know a name? I think we still don't know the answer to that.
Fair.
Who is Opreet?
The 11th Exarch. It's in the 11th
Forbiddance.
Forbidden.
Okay.
Yeah, and he make you can tell whether it's true or whether it's dogma. Maybe it's both.
Hmm.
The line is that when one is raised to be Exarch of the final fleet, the thing that separates them from the rest is that they know the names of the lost. They know the names of the old gods.
Huh. Interesting.
So yeah, that is the way things work. And you don't get from him that he's sharing like secrets, right? Like you get the impression that this is something that someone who's mid-tier bureaucrat in the Imperium would have all the knowledge that he's sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. Team, do we get the impression that if I say, like, I'm thinking that, like, because I might speak with more authority with him if I, like, talk about the redeemed, like if I talk about being a Morning Lord. But it also might, like, kind of, like, giga trigger him if he's like, the gods are forbiddenced, like, forbiddences are for a reason.
I feel like he hasn't believed us about anything that we've shared that doesn't fit his schema already.
Yeah.
I will say that just as a quick sort of reminder, you guys have a you guys have the the tablets, right? Think of like the 10 Commandments. Like you have the full, or not the like not like a treatise on the sins, but you have the short versions of the explanations of what the different sins are. Yeah. Do you guys remember that? Do you know where it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is sin the first?
Worship not the old gods.
Oh, yeah, sanctity. Right. And I'm not going to point out the inherent hypocrisy in worship not the old gods, but still worship their things. Okay.
Like, I don't think we're going to change this guy's worldview.
No.
You know?
I don't think so either. I just want information. Like, I just want to know. I think what I want to know.
By the way,
Man, sorry, there's so many things.
I'm not saying, right, that you shouldn't say that, but I'm saying, like, he is obviously aware that you guys can do some of the sins, right? He asked you to resurrect someone, right? So all of the sins might not provoke the same response. But if you say, like, oh, would saying I'm a Morning Lord, but like, give me extra authority with him? Well, being a Morning Lord means that you are saying, hey, I am habitually going against one of your primary doctrines, not only one of them,
Yeah.
the first one, number one.
Yeah.
We also said like everything that like when he asked like you can obviously do the sins and like one said we only do them in our fight against the adversary, which like technically is not true in a lot of cases.
There it is.
Like I didn't go to the redeemed because I mean I did kind of. I was like, yeah, I think this could help in our fight with the adversary, but there was genuine like belief and like seeking after something greater than myself in that process. So it wasn't just like, hey, help me fight the adversary or anything. So
Mhm.
yeah, okay, maybe that's a bad idea. I think what I want to know is there are things that are similar but lesser. Do you know of the things called beacons?
He nods, kind of like looks at the thing behind him, like
Yeah.
kind of like, yeah, I know it's a it's like a different name that's somewhat similar to what I know of as the ship's heart.
Yeah.
Like little hearts.
Do you know what the difference is between these things are similar but yet not the same? What would you say is the difference?
You mean to ask to explain the tenets of the Lost Ones? I can tell you that none of the Imperium would soil themselves by taking those with broken lines of connection back to what they once were. As you have seen from my moment of weakness, from other corruption being allowed in by the actions of one who should be called ally, that there is inherent vulnerabilities if you do not know the providence of things. Each of the ship's heart have an unbroken line that can be confirmed back to the passage from the old world to the new. These represent the divine that will be every day now. The old gods are dead, destroyed, remembered only so that we may not repeat their mistakes by the last Exarch. And it is in that remembrance and in that unbroken line of sanctity back to the passage that we understand these hearts are the true ones. And the little hearts, the things you vaguely call beacons to make them similar to our ship's heart, those are the ones that are vulnerable to being different, their provenance unknown. They change hands, change forms. They are nothing like they once were. These are the true, what you would call beacons. But I would not say such things in the presence of others. Only myself of the 10th would be able to recognize what you are saying as a discussion of philosophies and knowledge rather than heresies.
Mm. So, why are there only 11 world ships if there were 13 gods?
So he smiles at that and then just shakes his head and says,
A grand question. You should ask Svint if she will speak to you. She has such answers and understanding the forms and formulae of things. I leave such discussions to her.
He said the Sphinx.
Svint, the Exarch of the First.
Oh,
So the person who's in charge of sanctity, in charge of like doctrine.
was
It's
he
like-
implying that the beacons are the gods?
He's saying that the beacons were handed to them by the gods, and then the gods were destroyed, and now it is their job, it's their role to carry divine power into the future. The gods are dead. They have these relics of the gods that were before, and they're supposed to use them to keep the divine functional. Right? They see this
So
as their mission.
hmm,
And yeah, he will acknowledge, yeah, there are 13 gods, there are 11 ships. I don't know why there are 11 instead of 13, but also I don't care to question that because that's not my area. That's not what I do. I will tell you whose area that is, but it's not mine.
and so this is a question, I guess, for everybody. In all of our travels, we really have gotten no clue who the gods were. Like we know one was something with the sun, and that's like it. Is that right?
Well, I mean, we know a bit more about the redeemed.
Was the redeemed a god?
Yes, it was one of the 13.
Okay. So we know the redeemed and their domains because those are your
Mhm.
domains.
Yes.
Aren't the visions from the rod from a god, the god of prophecy?
As the angel of prophecy.
We don't know if there was necessarily like a god of prophecy though.
I
That's
think
not
that
true.
we know
I
that's not true.
I I thought that the whole reason we were getting visions from the rods was specifically to free the god of prophecy, and it was coming from the god of prophecy.
I think it's to free Pandorum, who is the star shadow who has a
It,
box that
it's to resurrect Pandorum because the domains are housed inside of Pandorum. But the person giving us, or the entity giving us those visions in order to do that, I thought was the god of prophecy.
I guess I thought it was the angel of prophecy.
I'm not going to comment on that section of it, but I will remind you guys of something that has, I understand, been multiple real life years from then. But Tyserial, when you met Tyserial, why was Tyserial where they were and what were they doing? Do you guys remember?
Kiki, that's what I'm looking for right now in my notes. Uh, Tyserio was guarding a gate, right?
And
He
it
was
was a
guarding
punishment.
he was guarding the bridge to Celestia.
Yeah, both true. He's guarding a gate that went to. He was guarding a bridge that led to a gate, but it wasn't an important gate, and he was a powerful angel, and it was a punishment
And he was
by
like
whom?
transformed. He forgot that they were an angel.
Mhm. Because he says, actually, there might even be a handout. There should be a handout. The angel
The
speech.
angel speech. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where this is, but it's been a minute. There you go. The angel speech. So you know of at least one more god. And yes, the prophet herself.
Yeah, the volcanic armor guy. I guess I assume that was like a sun dude.
So you know that there was a god of prophecy,
Mhm.
and that Tyseriel was the archangel of the prophet, the god of prophecy. You don't know how many of them are different, right? But you know that there was the god of prophecy. One of the gods held the keys to the true gates, which you now know what the true gates are,
Mhm.
or at least have an idea of what the true gates are. One of them fell and their volcanic armor melted things, and then that one apparently had a wife that
Mhm.
was also there. And there was one of them that drank and drank the blood of the fields until he drowned. You don't know, is that different from the one that melted with the armor? Is that different from the one that held the keys? A lot
So
of
we
the pieces
had,
are missing.
yeah, because we know that Black Therial became the Angel of Slaughter, or was the Angel of Slaughter. I guess we don't know, like, if you are Angel of, is that your god, or do gods have multiple angels of different types?
Don't know.
We don't know.
An old thing to think about and consider. But yes, there were 13 gods. There are 11 fleets. The Exarch does not know, or does not wish to share, at least, any musings on why that might be.
Hmm.
But you do know some information about some of the gods.
So, I mean, it seems like then the second divination and an angel or a god of prophecy, that's a one-to-one correspondence there at least.
So while you guys are thinking and talking, I imagine there's some small talk that's happening here as well as you guys are discussing things back and forth. The Exarch finishes in the middle of your all stuff, the ritual that he was doing, and then seems to devote more of his attention to paying attention to what you all are doing. About half of his attention seems to be on what you guys are doing, and about half of it is turned back to the ones that he was to his like subordinates, to get the ship moving, to get the fleet ready to shift. Because it seems like he's planning to plane shift as soon as the ritual is complete, as soon as you guys leave.
We want to ask about the ghost thing, Morin.
Um, Exarch, there is a portion of your ship that we came through. Do we know the name of the room that we were in? I presume at least I'd be able to describe it.
You know that they're the barracks of the something. Hang on. Yes, you know the name.
Um,
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
there's a portion there that seems to be blocked off, but has a vast amount of what we understand to be Forerunner technology. Are you able to access that part of the ship? Or is that closed off to you?
That place is holy. That place is what once was. It is a memory of that place, an acknowledgement of our connection to our past that keeps it in stasis, that keeps it holy. Much of what has been built around it is designed to protect it, inhabit it, both physically, spiritually, and magically. There are passageways that are traveled only to make sure that area stays sacred. There are mechanisms within the ship, backups built into the idea that power must be maintained to that portion of the ship. We know this as truth. We know this as doctrine.
The way that he describes it, you get this impression like this is something that is, again, something that everyone on the ship would sort of take for granted. Is like everybody knows that this is here, And he might then, if you ask him more questions, he would explain that like that section is sometimes open on like festival days and feast days and for special events and special ceremonies and things that will take place in front of that section that has been sealed away, that kind of time capsule almost that is there. And he says it is intentionally kept that way.
Sorry, so they perform these festivals and they open up the room that is in, or they actually open up the barrier?
So they open up the barracks main area, right? The place where you saw the sealed area. So
Yes.
they allow other people to walk up and look through the thing that you looked through.
But not actually enter into it.
Correct. Nobody enters into it.
Okay. Griffel, do we think that he would let you take a look? See?
I very much doubt it. I wouldn't even try to ask.
Yeah.
I think that would be
And if you kind of go through things, he will talk about it differently. And one of the things that you get when he's talking about stuff, that again, one of your people who has Supernal as a language will get, kind of being able to parse the way that he is speaking differently to you guys using his sort of supernatural Supernal ability, is that there's a certain cadence to the way that he talks about the room that kind of gives this repetitive rhythm, right? Like he almost talks about it in a like kind of like imagine if someone asked you to describe something, but you only said things to describe it in haikus, right? Where there's like a strict format to everything that he says about that room.
As in, like, he's just like repeating the um the
Like a
creed.
yeah.
Not so much. More like he can play around with the format. He can say a bunch of different things, but the format stays the same. And if the DM had thought about this, I really should have made some examples because I have the rules for it, but I should have made some examples to give you guys. But everything that he says about the room. Actually, let me see if I can come up with an example real quick.
How badly do you want to see what's in that room, Griffel?
quite badly, to be honest. But I don't think I think it would be like sacrilege, right? Like,
Mhm.
why would you let
Yeah.
an outsider in? It's like your holy of holies, right? Why would you let an outsider in? He'd probably call me unclean and then flay me on the spot.
But he does recognize that you're powerfully divine, right?
Yeah, but also sanctity. Where is my divine power coming from?
The everyday.
Okay, so examples, right? So I gave a couple of examples of things that he says, where he sort of like says a thing and sort of allows it to sort of trail off, and then says a thing and then allows it to trail off. And but it has this sort of cadence. It has this rhythm to it.
And then Griffle, you've encountered a ghost before, right?
Sure have.
Where was that? And
It was on the prison ship in the Mere that took us to the Mere prison. There was a ship's ghost.
Oh yeah, that's right. We couldn't convince it to open the door.
hmm It had basically locked the whole place down.
Mhm.
It did seem like very much the same type of beacon that we have, where it's pretty mechanical, rather than having any sort of will.
And then how closely do you think that this world ship's beacon is tied to that ghost?
I think that there are. So Glindsey said it remembers what it like. It remembers its ties, and that our beacons don't. It seems like, and this is kind of what I'm struggling with, right? Is like the Mere prison ship is from a timeline like way older than, like, I don't know what specific timeline we got, but we know that like the Mere were imprisoned like pretty soon, like pretty
I think
early in the timeline.
I thought it was like pretty close to 10,000 years ago.
No, I want to say it was more than that because
Sorry, I messed up the thing slightly, so I put the correct version. But carry on. Sorry.
okay. We do have a timeline on that, don't we, Gary? We got like some kind of timeline for the Mere being imprisoned.
We had the dates that they were all brought to the prison.
hmm
How long ago?
It's during the fall of the Forerunner Empire. So it is post Forerunner, but like right in that time, right in that sort of nebulous. We're not sure. Like it happened 10,000 years ago is a very rough estimate, but it's in that range, right?
Okay. So, it seems like, because we passed through a beacon factory, basically, or what we think is a beacon factory, to get to that ship, and that ship didn't have something that I would recognize as a beacon, but it did have a ghost, which I would recognize as forming the same function as a beacon. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So it seems like Forerunner ships had ghosts. Beacons were maybe made to replace them as like a way of achieving the same functionality without necessarily like they're trying to spoof the technology that creates ships' ghosts.
Would I be able to ask Oglinski if that is correct? Or if that is the doctrine?
What?
If the
I would
beacons
be
were
very careful here.
if beacons and ghosts are different things, if they serve different purposes, and if beacons were created to be clean alternatives, like religiously, to beacons. I'm
I
trying to
feel like this is
understand
going to
what
piss him off. I feel like this is a question that's going to piss him off.
I'm trying to
It-
understand what their doctrinal understanding of what the beacons versus the ghosts are.
So what I say is that, like, you know that this is kind of in his, kind of close to his wheelhouse, but not completely in his wheelhouse. So
Right.
he'll give you the overview doctrine, but it's pretty clear it's like it's something he can't be kind of pressed on, not because he doesn't want to talk about it, but it's like this is not kind of the similar thing of like why are there 11 things and 13 gods? He's like that's not my area, right? There's no animosity there. He just says we're not going to talk about that because that's not something that we talk about.
Mhm.
Sure.
The same sort of thing. But what he will say is kind of the phrasing, like, what are these things? How are they different? Rather than kind of addressing, like, was one created to do the thing of the other?
They are separate things. How they are separate things is complex, and a complexity that I interact with. I have working functional knowledge. But if you want to understand the true mechanisms of things, of how things function on a more deep level, and still keep holy, still keep true to protecting yourself against the adversary, then you must speak with someone else, I'm afraid. Nefirisk would be best. The thing you call a ghost, now that you have explained it, it is a thing of pure artifice. We would not use such things on our ships. We use something else, something holy, something we must pray to, something we must be righteous in order to wield.
Perfect.
Mm.
Okay, so Griffle, could you potentially help me figure out how to, based on your domains and your divine power, recommend cleansing his ship by giving us the ghost?
So he said, the wonders we are charged to take through all time.
And also that it is artifice, and
Mhm.
one of the things is to trust not in artifice, right?
Yeah,
Does he
but
know
yeah.
that they have a ship's ghost on this ship?
Yeah, he makes it clear that it is. He knows that it's a ship's ghost. He knows that it is sort of sealed away,
Mhm.
and that it is separate from the stuff that they do. But they use it, and they use it for festivals and for feast days and
Yeah.
the knowledge of it.
Okay.
He's like,
Yeah.
I don't know the details of it because it's artifice, right? The Lord of the Exarch of the Eighth would be the person who knows all the
Right.
stuff about artifice.
Okay.
But
So
it is important for me to know roughly how these things interface and function because in order to understand the mirrors, I have to understand these machines.
oh. Would you banish this artifice from your fleet if you could?
If I were to do so, whether it was a good thing or bad thing for the ship, for my faith, for my people, is separate from the fact that it would be an act of war against the other fleets. It is the bindings of our sins, the recitations of the connections with the others that keeps us as all the same. Even though we have our separate tasks of what holy missions to bring through to the future, we are bound together in secrecy, in sin, in silence, on all but that which is our charge. Should I allow you to excise the altar to the eighth, and to go against that which has been sanctified again and again by the last Exarch, it would be an act of war against the other fleets.
Oh.
The other fleets have already declared war on the Imperium, have they not?
So when he talks about it like this, you can figure out that when he goes through in cadence, which is part of the part that I messed up, when he talks about that thing, he repeats the symbols, he repeats the syllables. He says everything in terms of 11s when he's talking about the room that's sealed away.
I wonder if it's almost like a talisman to keep it forbidden, you know? Or like to allow him to interact with a sin that's not his own.
You get the impression that the fleets and the exarchs they do sort of spar with one another occasionally, but there are some pieces that they think are sacred to each other, right? They have some pieces. So he's saying that is a sacred area to the Eighth. Yes, it is on my ship. It is on my area. But if I allow you to destroy something that is sacred to the Eighth, that has been sanctified by the 11th over and over again, if I just let you destroy it, that will be me forsaking the other fleets. That will be seen as a grave offense against the other fleets, and that would be as good as me declaring war on them.
Right.
Does every world ship have one of these?
You are not of the Imperium. It is known to all that live here that each of the sins have altars, sanctums, representative in each of the divine fleets. In every place within this ship, you can find things from the first, the second, the fourth, the seventh, the eighth. Each of the other fleets are represented and their boundaries shown as the 11th. Put together with silence, put together with reverence. This keeps us bound as one fleet and one purpose in keeping the divine alive into an uncertain future.
Hmm.
So while he will explain, like, yes, you saw the shrine to the Eighth. There are more of them. It's just a very big ship.
Okay.
There are many shrines to the others. You just happen to walk by the Eighth one and you're asking about that.
I see.
And he's saying that there are shrines to each of the other sins, but he doesn't have any shrines to the mirrors on his ship because his ship
That's
is the
cool.
mirror ship.
Mhm.
But the only fleet that doesn't have its own shrine on the ships is the 11th, but the 11th goes around and sanctifies and does something to each of the shrines to sort of bind them all together.
Where does the 11th ship hang out?
He shrugs.
All right. Do I think he's being coy?
You get that he doesn't want to talk about it. Like the 11th fleet, he doesn't ever really talk about the 11th fleet as an entity, but he will refer to things using 11 syllables. He'll refer to things talking about a 10 and 1. He will talk around it a bunch in the
Mhm.
same way that you guys have heard people talk about forbiddances in general.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to just straight up talk about, hey, what are all the details with the 11th fleet? Because he doesn't even talk about the 11th fleet like as an entity without talking about it in roundabout terms.
But he did say that only Oprit knows the names of the 13 gods. So, say I wanted to have a conversation with Oprit, where would I go?
Is
Or how would I do
this
that?
something you wish to speak to the one that is nothing?
Yes.
I cannot take you there, nor can I give you the pieces of the mirrors that will fold together to bring you from here to there. I can vouch for you, should you step foot there, as creatures that have done favor for the fleets, assuming other things you do between now and then do not weigh the scales differently, or what I find about this conflict within the fleets does not paint you in a darker picture. But where they are specifically is where we cannot go, or we cannot dwell. we cannot even think of much. It is as close to breaking custom as I will choose to get, to say that it is near such places that are difficult to think about, difficult to discuss, that it would be best to prepare ourselves, best to avoid notice from the other fleets if we are where they do not wish to think about. And coincidentally, we're the best creatures, the best peoples to repair our ships can be found anywhere outside of the Imperium.
So I know I'm being, I would say as obtuse as normal, but about normally obtuse. But he is saying, like, I can't tell you exactly where to go, but I will say that I'm just going to conveniently park the ship close to that. And where I'm going right now is close to where that's going to be. And another sort of hint would be some of the only people outside of the Imperium we would trust to repair the ship happen to be there.
Hmm.
Who do we know who's good at repairing ships?
Tantarus?
He said he wasn't going to go to the Prime, right?
He is going to go to the Prime. He's not going to go into the space, into the like Prime space that's owned by the Second. And Tantarus was a repair place for ships long, long, long ago, but it's nothing special anymore.
Yeah.
You do know one. Well, you know the Legion has some pretty good repair techs, but probably not them.
No, I was going to say it's not going to be the Legion.
But there is one race, one group that is well known for their command of Forerunner tech, their ability to repair and keep old tech
the
running.
Minotaur?
The gnomes.
The gnomes?
No, the Minotaur, yeah.
So where do we know Minotaur hang out?
The Infinite Ring?
But that's a war zone, like that's like partially Legion controlled as well.
Technically, that area is still neutral.
Oh.
Again, random thing. Been a long time. But there was a
He-
conversation that Aegis has with one of the Minotaur about him sending legions in and being told, no, you can't do that.
Right.
Well, also, didn't he just say something about, like, I can't tell you how to get to where reality folds to something something?
Mm-hmm.
That's very Infinite Ringsy. Whatever.
Is he saying that
folded
the
starlight?
place that he's going is close to where the 11th fleet is? Because that was what we asked, is where's the 11th? And he said, I can't tell you.
Yeah.
But here's like all this cryptic stuff, blah, blah, blah. And also we're coincidentally going somewhere close by.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he's going to the Infinite Rings, which is where the 11th is. Which is also where he can verify about the mirror and the Minotaur are that can repair his ship.
Huh.
And again, you guys got from the response, and more, and you'd be able to get from them, is that this is a matter of like whether he wants you to do it or not, whether he likes having the ghost on the ship or not. It's kind of irrelevant because he will not insult the Eighth by allowing you to go into the area, right? He's not going to break their alliance or to endanger their alliance with the Eighth to allow you to go into the room with the ghost. And yeah, he was being very cryptic, but he was basically just like, coincidentally, I'm going to be close to where that is. I can't tell you where this is, but I can tell you where I'm going, and, I might happen to be close to it. I might, be nearby to where you
Did
could
he
potentially.
Did he say that it was like a sacred place and that's why he can't say it, or?
More along the lines of you just can't really talk about the Forbidden Fleet.
Right.
Yeah, it feels
Okay.
like the
'Cause of
Forbidden Fleet is forbidden.
Like, I would like to talk to you about He Who Cannot Be Named. Could you spell it for me?
H-E. Well, I've been wanting to go to the Infinite Rings for 4 years, so if we went there today, I would not be sad.
I'm worried about Delsath though.
Mhm.
So that is going to be, the ultimate question, right? Of you guys have some leads, you have some ideas, you guys have some choices before you, right? So, well, yes, you guys can talk to Uglinzy quite a while, and you have in world, right? You have like 8 hours to have this conversation. You can then go and be like, okay, well, what are we doing here? Are we going to go and we've got the flight logs? We're going to go to, back trail where Stent went and go to Dulceth's prison and kick down the door and deal with shit? Is this we're going to go to the rings instead? Where we have option 3 we're going to take up? What is it do you guys want to do for the next thing that you're planning on going to do?
I think part of the reason we came here and why we prioritized this was because we weren't sure how long it was going to take until the assassination attempt, and we didn't want to risk not having
Mhm.
not having it all sort of like set up. So I think like that hasn't really changed for us at all. Has it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. And I think we have other ways to get to the Infinite Rings.
We do.
So,
I think Delsath first, and then I also really want to go to the Infinite Rings. So I think Delsath first, and then like Infinite Rings after that.
yeah. Were you gonna
But
say
maybe we
unless
should
something else comes up?
also. Maybe we should also then. Yes, I was.
Cute.
Best laid plans and all of that, right?
Yeah.
The other thing I was gonna say is like we should probably go back to Aegis and like update him at least, or at least like send the dragons back
hmm
and give them a message for him. We don't necessarily need to go ourselves, but we should definitely be sending a message back. Yeah.
I was muted. I will say that there is a certain level of expectation that you guys at least take the dragons back. I don't know if you guys remember this because it's been months, but the dragons didn't plane shift themselves, nor can they fly in space. They are trusting.
They held
in
their
you.
breath. I remember they held their breath.
Right. So they're trusting in you to take them home. You can't just tell them to go home.
Trust not an artifice, simple dragon.
That's right. Yeah, I remember they were all like taking big, deep breaths. So how long has it been, and are they still holding their breaths?
No, they held their breath until they got to the ship, right? They burned their way into the ship and they can breathe inside of the world ship,
That's right. Yep.
Are they still causing chaos is the other question.
I think we
so
kind of went on sneaky mission, right? We had them.
Well, yeah. So you bore a hole in the side of the ship, and then you left a bunch of dragons as sentry to prevent anything from coming into the hole after you guys. and then you guys went and flew through, and then right before you came into here, you left dragons outside as sentry. So they haven't been going out of their way to cause problems. They've just been a problem to anything that comes towards them.
Well, and also, didn't we fly through like just like civilian city, and they were just being cool dragons?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do we actually
have the attention of civilians?
Do we actually have a
What's
plan
that?
on how to get them back?
Well, we got them here. I think I extended the like bubble around our ship to bring them with us.
I thought Aegis did something.
I thought
Aegis
Aegis did
opened-
something.
But you get the impression that, you could plane shift the dragons back with you. It would just be a slow and problematic process. Like not problematic as in like you'll have to make checks or go through anything special to do. It's just like it's going to be time consuming to slowly escort them, like pop them one at a time back to, or not one at a time, but a couple at a time back to the plane, because you can't take them all with you, which is part of the reason that Aegis opened the portal and launched you guys like a speeding bullet out of it. Partially because that's how you could the dragons could have enough momentum to make it to the ship before they died, but also because you were going into a place that was an active like combat zone, and if you just sort of like appear not moving and then have to start accelerating, you'll probably just get shot out of the sky.
Mm-hmm. Can
So-
the Exarch help us?
Yeah, I was gonna say like yeah, like we came here to help him. Maybe he get wet. Don't tell him that we didn't actually come here to help him. But yeah, we came here to help you, to cleanse you. Can you help us? These dragons were helpful, and we want to get them home.
So when you sort of say we came here to help you, you can see he kind of gives a look like, I don't think that's actually true. But what you actually accomplished was helping me. So maybe you didn't come here for that purpose, but the net effect means that I did get assistance anyways.
We didn't at all come here to steal your world chip or anything. Like we weren't gonna do that. You wouldn't steal a car.
You wouldn't rent a car, would you?
It is not the dealings of an adversary to give passage to those they were fighting, to those they are actively at war with, nor if it is seen that I am aiding the enemies of the Weiss, the enemies and sworn opposition to the Imperium. However, there are spin discs of all sizes, including ones great enough to spin an entire ship or a creature the size of a ship, and many portions of the world ship have been damaged. Who is to say if they are all being used for official means and acts?
Hmm.
No one is, since you're asking.
He's getting a little in on Sin the Ninth there. That's
Yes,
What
he's
is
basically
ninth?
he's basically saying like, I can't openly support you, but I might be able to not oppose you guys using the spin discs on our ship to get back.
He's gonna look the other way. Cool. We can do
Cool.
that. What did you say, one? Which sin is he imposing on?
Oh, 9 corruption.
9,
Not really what it is,
corruption.
but
Tamper not with the force primeval. Oh, is it because dragons are primeval?
no,
No.
just 'cause he's being
I think she's
a
just
bit of
talking
a
because
shit.
he's being corrupted by.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So can we return the dragons and pin a note to one of their shirts for Aegis and head off to Daltha?
I would say that you probably want to make sure, escort them through the ship to some of the hangars that have the greater spin discs in them to be able to spin back, and make sure that they're able to get back. But yeah,
Loads of hot armor. What the fuck? Sorry.
But yeah, I would say if you guys are done with this conversation, he would be able to say like, all right, then, you go as you came in peace, all this sort of stuff.
Yes, we came in peace.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
And he will sort of say, he wouldn't say, actually, in peace is probably not the correct terminology. With go as you came with righteous intent is probably the better way to phrase what he would say.
Oh.
That would be true.
So, and yeah, you guys could head off through the ship. It would basically, you would need some of the pieces that he would need to share about like, oh, this is how damaged the ship is. This is where some of the things are. Don't go near these areas because these are where the altars are. Don't damage this on your way out. Instead, go this way. Where he's doing the thing of the sort of Faye thing, right? Of saying what he wants to say by saying it in a roundabout way. And as you guys leave Glinzy's presence, as you leave the room, you can feel this sort of tingle as the last bits of a ritual trigger and snap into the Exarch's body. Question: does anyone have trained religion that's not filibuster?
Me.
Do you want to make a? Because he was doing
Also
a.
me.
All right. So, who would like to be the primary person making the check? I will make it for. I will make it for him if he wants to. So I will assist. So filibuster will assist.
I'll assist.
Shouldn't be talking to myself, I think.
My religion is really low, so I'm actually not going to assist at all.
Oh, so who's making the primary check is the question.
I guess I'm making the primary check if her religion is so bad, which it is, but
Wow.
your religion is
all
bad.
So filibuster does have to make a roll to assist. He rolls and assists. Griffle is not making a roll to assist, right? Sounds like.
That's what she said.
Okay.
I'm an int dump stat, so no.
I don't know what you're 8, so yeah, you'd need to roll an 8 or better. That's not the best. So go ahead, Maureen. You have +2 from filibuster.
I actually am doing the roll. Okay.
Oh no, actually you're right, because this should. Oh no, you're gonna know whether you know or not, right? Because this is knowledge of the ritual that he just completed.
Okay, this is a +2.
Yep, with a +2. Easily done. He was doing it kind of one at a time, slowly on the others. And when you left the room, you felt the thing sort of finish. He cast Memory Seal on all of the other, all of the crew members that were there. He sealed the memory of what happened in that room and that conversation you just had. Because there were a bunch of other Deva that were there, right? They were around during the conversation you were having with the Exarch. And the Exarch took that memory from them.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, that seems like a smart thing to do if he's... Yeah. I'm not surprised.
All right. So you guys can go fly through the ship, find the sort of smaller ship size spin discs that are big enough that you guys can spin like not your entire escort of dragons could fit in one of the larger spins, but you only need like 3 or 4 of them to fit all of the dragons plus your ship spread out through them as these things that seem to be sort of shorter range spin discs, or at least that's the purpose for them, is that they normally just deploy things to the outer sections of the ship. The teleportations that they do are usually not to other spins. They are to get something from deep within the ship to like just outside the ship, right? These are almost internal spins. This is just to, a ship comes in for one of the smaller ships on the outside of the world ship. It might come in for repairs, be repaired deep within the ship, and then be teleported out to the outside section of the ship. So these things look like they're less long distance teleportation that gets used for like trade and things like that, and more short distance things for when ships need to be repaired, or lots of people or lots of stuff needs to move from deep within this ship, which is a couple of miles in diameter, to the exterior.
So do we know if because this is like kind of against the like mirrors as a sin. First of all, do we know if there's a spin disk in the plane of the Iron Tower, and do we know if these disks are capable of taking us there?
Are they capable of taking you guys straight there? Not normally. You don't get the impression that they're used for that. Like all of the settings for these, or rather, are they capable? Yes. Would they be used for that? No.
Right.
They all the settings that have been put into place for them are for all short distance stuff. You can use them to spend to wherever you want. The other part of that is Aegis very much wants his dragons back. There would have been a plan in place for how you can identify that, yes, it is us. Do not attack us when we come back again. Because when you guys first went to the plane of the Iron Tower in the middle of the fighting, there was a moment where you guys almost got attacked by the dragons.
Yeah.
It'd be reasonable to assume you guys as people would have been like, hey, can we not have that be
a thing again? Yeah.
Next time? So we assume that the methodology that can be put into place, because the plane had some defenses, that you would be allowed a safe passage through, especially in returning the dragons to the plane. So you need to go back with them, but then you could immediately shift from the plane of the Iron Tower to elsewhere. My question for you guys is: are you going to immediately shift? Is that the plan, or because some of you guys said we'll shift immediately. Some of you guys said pen a note to the dragon and send them back. Some of you guys said we're going to go talk to Aegis first. I don't know what the actual answer to that is. What's the decision? Are you going to go talk to Aegis? Are you not going to go talk to Aegis and keep moving?
I'm on the keep moving.
Yeah, I'd like to keep moving, but I would like to pin that note.
Okay. So you can talk to, because the dragons are intelligent. You can kind of tell them what you would want to have them pass along to Aegis. I, for some reason, don't have the name of
the dragon, Braxo something. Braxo.
Bravishadax is one of them. I think. Weird. Yeah, I don't know why I just don't have those in my notes right here. It's wherever they should be, but I guess I've not copy and pasted them from the other spreadsheet. Regardless, you know them. What would you want to say to the dragons for them to take to Aegis?
Kaz to Shaz. Kaz to Shaz. That's the other one. I think let him know that the Imperium is not the monolith that it seems, and that there appears to be adversary corruption in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, and 10th.
The dragon will sort of laugh at that and say, of course we know that they are there is infighting between them. They are not unified as the Legion is normally, and as they should be.
But did they know that it was because of adversary influence?
The dragon doesn't know if that's the reason why, but sort of assumes that Aegis knows. But we'll carry the message regardless.
And I think also explain that we pulled the walker out of the Exarch's head.
And that it was put there by the Night King, right?
Is that something you want to pass along? That it was put there by the Night King?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I'm almost positive the one that you talked to initially was there's the two leaders of the flights. One was male, one was female. I don't know why I can't find my notes on their names, but the one that you guys talked to more was the female dragon. And she will take the message back to Aegis. The idea that the Imperium is sort of kind of a corrupt interior with sort of a fake holy face on it. The dragon's like, yeah, that correct. The Imperium, that's what they are. That is a message they are happy to carry along. Or
So
their
maybe
interpretation.
share that Oaklandsy is maybe not a bad guy.
Well, I mean,
Potentially.
is a bad guy, but is maybe not as bad as we thought.
Is not an adversary guy anymore.
Maybe say like Exarch 10 is like reconsidering and is not overtly hostile.
Yeah. Was misled by
Hmm.
a Junjie.
And that is something that she will happily report. Dissension within the ranks sounds like the type of juicy gossip that she likes to share. And one of the things that I hope would have come across at some point when we did this, but it's also been a while, is that I'm still looking for her name. The dragon that you're talking to right now, she kind of acts like a teenager. Like she's not had thought, not had agency for very long. So she acts relatively young. Yeah. Brashidovex, yeah. Bravishidex. Bravishidex is the
British Avex.
and she will
I'll ask her like, how does it feel to be able to leave this place?
this place. She doesn't really know what you mean.
Wait, did they not know that they couldn't leave?
Doesn't seem to.
Okay, I'm not going to touch that one.
She kind of, after a minute, kind of takes it like, oh, well, we can't leave yet because we don't know, we don't know if there's danger still. Like, we don't know if everything is safe. But, we've already left the world once, and it was a grand adventure.
Okay.
So maybe we can leave again some other time. But you don't get the impression that they feel like they were forced to stay previously, just they hadn't left the planet yet.
Oh. I wonder how Aegis managed to spring that. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely not going to touch that one. That seems like a terrible idea.
So you guys have a massive line of coordinates from Glindsey, going back for several years, right? Like he gave you a big block of this is the trail. This is where that guy has been. How do you want to figure out sort of like which one of those locations corresponds to where Brain?
I mean, since we had the vision of
Mhm.
Dent and his people going, which one was the
Mhm.
viewpoint character?
So the viewpoint character for the vision was the non-playable one of the crew. It was the one that stayed behind on the ship to maintain the ship and watch through
Was
the
that like
monitor.
the Pixie?
Yeah, it was the
It
Pixie.
was a pixie.
Yeah.
So, I mean, would any of the coordinates like resonate with us from the vision?
Not from the vision, but that sort of rough kind of alignment. If you're seeing places that the Pixie would recognize, these are all
Mhm.
places that the Pixie was. Although
Oh.
past a certain point, everything starts to get really fuzzy.
Yeah, so what's the last one before it gets fuzzy?
Let's see.
I
So
also
the
have
last
another idea about how we could
the
figure
last
it out.
3
if this
stops
doesn't work.
on the trip seem pretty fuzzy.
Okay.
The the very last stop is Tantarus, so that one
Right.
seems fuzzy. But
But I mean,
that one and the 2 before it seem fuzzy.
so I would say go to the fourth to the last one. Or at least start there. What's your idea, Griff?
Can I get the
Does it?
Can I get the Plucky? I forgot the name of the fucking. Can I get Plucky to like overlay these on a map at all? Like, are we able to like plot these coordinates?
So it'll take a little bit of time, but not like any meaningful amount of time. Like it takes Plucky maybe 30 minutes to an hour to translate from Imperium logs to something that it can understand. But you would be able to be like, cool, this is not time sensitive, in the short term. Take as long as you need to figure out how this is, and then it'll show you that the I'm gonna do these. I'm gonna order the stop numbers when I'm talking them from Tantarus being the last stop being 1, and then I'm gonna count backwards.
Okay.
So stop 1 is Tantarus. Stop 5 is a like well-known hub for the Imperium. So that's like an Imperium like homeworld. The ones in the middle, so 2 through 4, are all various places that don't align easily with places that the ship knows. Now, you know that the ship also tends to primarily use things in terms of where it can plane shift to things. And the paths that your ship, which plane shifts easily, are not going to be the same thing as a more sort of traditional starship path.
Yeah.
So like you had to fly like stent flies while you were in the cause, but you had to kind of learn how to do that. Whereas now you're watching sort of the trajectory of something that would have normally flown that way. And the stops 2 through 4, none of them seem to be like homeworlds. None of them are close to any like teleportation points you're used to. They all seem to be places that were stopped in for relatively short amounts of time. But none of them look like places you recognize on the map.
I say we go to stop 4. I think from memory, before the vision started, they were in like a
They were leaving a
well-known,
port.
well-traveled location. Yeah, they're leaving a port. I reckon we go to stop 4. I think that's going to be our best bet. And then we should probably go to 3 and 2 as well, just to see what it is and what they did there, because they obviously stopped for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Yeah,
reckon
that's a good
4
idea.
first.
I'm good with that.
And you
I
said the
like it.
last 3 are hazy, so stops 1, 2, and 3 are hazy?
Yes, 1, 2, and 3 are
Yeah,
hazy.
there you go. I think it's 4.
Mhm.
Everyone in agreement?
Yep.
I agree.
Plucky! Teleport to stop 4!
So the DM needs a second to read up notes for a minute, but yes, the ship can get everything going and can plane shift. Now, my question I'm going to ask you is: you're pretty good at plane shifting at this point. How close do you want to get to these actual coordinates? Right? Like, are you going to plane shift right on top of it? Or are you going to plane shift, 500 miles away? Like, you can kind of set as close to as you want to get to where these coordinates are.
Let's go 50 miles and fly in manually. I think because, we don't know how, it looked pretty bad. And I think having time to, approach cautiously and have a visual register before we get, super, super close would be probably a good idea.
So, can you give me rough number? Kind of how far away you want to be?
Like 50 miles?
50 miles? Okay.
50 miles. Hang on. So for the sighted people in the room, and also for people who understand what a mile is, like
100 kilometers, you said.
what can you see at
Oh,
that distance, like visually with your eyes? Like if we're standing on the deck, what could you see from like 100 miles or like 50 miles away?
well, having never been in outer space before, it's hard to say.
Okay, but if you're standing on the top of a mountain, what can you see? Like what level of detail can you see at, or like what size things can you see at 50 miles?
So I think you can see about like 5 miles on Earth generally.
13
Yep.
kilometers. Wouldn't yeah, so yeah. 6 miles?
But that's because of like atmospheric distortion in the curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
but I know my aberrant totemic link will trigger at 10 miles.
Okay. Let's go 10 miles away then.
And also, it sort of depends. Like, if you're teleporting, on Earth and you're trying to get 50 miles, as long as you're on the 50 mile, here's my destination, and I'm going to teleport 50 miles away from that thing. As long as that 50 miles is also along the surface of the Earth or maybe straight up, then that's fine. But if you teleport 50 miles below where you're trying to go, then it's not necessarily vision that's the problem.
It's lava. Lava's the
It's
problem.
always lava. I think, yeah, let's go 10 miles out from where our destination is and see if the totemic link activates.
Okay. The Astral Helm has a thing that does a thing and has a check. I need to.
I believe it's
I
an
need to-
Arcana check. I think it's a check I make for how well we teleport.
Intraplanar, I think it's Arcana, but extraplanar, I think it's Dungeoneering.
Oh, okay.
The Astral Helm. There we go.
It's still the same plane, though, isn't it?
No,
Yeah, we're on the.
you're going from the
Well,
plane
we're
of the
not on the
Iron Tower onto the Prime.
Oh, right.
ESAT is
is-
engineering.
Yeah,
Arcana
so it is going to be.
is
We're absolutely not using the ESAT.
yeah, not on the way in anyway.
I'm just looking at some of it because it has other things that are mounted on it. Yes. Okay, so because you have the focusing Astral Helm, it's faster and you can teleport to where you need to go. It has the invisibility and stuff with it. So it just takes power. And
Yep.
then when you know how to use it, you have full command of the ship. Oh, you don't have to make a check for it. Okay, cool. I was trying to see, I know that there was a check before you had full command of the ship. There's no check with full command of the ship as long as you are not pressed for time, because that's what the ESAT's for. So yeah, you go. When you open up, the ship sort of does the sort of compression thing where it goes from being roughly a cylinder to kind of being pressed to be more like a football. And the rings expand and it activates. You can sense that there is pretty significant resistance to your teleportation to where you're going. You think you can punch through it, but you can tell that where you're planning to teleport to does have some measure of warding on it. Now you can tell that as the engine is basically firing up, right? It's slowly going to plane shift you. Would you just say, yeah, just punch through? Would you try to change things? What would your reaction be to saying, all right, if we go 10 miles out, I can sense there's some sort of issue?
I feel like Griffel's gotten maybe like a little bit like cocky pilot kind of deal, and I'm just like, nah, just punch through. Unless you guys are like, no, don't do that.
Well, it might alert them, but then if we move in, they might get alerted anyway. So that if we punch through, it doesn't give them time to react. Maybe.
Also, maybe they don't think that anyone could punch through, so it would be like, oh, we're putting them off balance kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the ship fires and you guys teleport. When the plane shift triggers and goes through, you appear and you can feel the warding sort of trigger around you. It does cause a certain amount of resistance when you teleport here, but you don't think it's a barrier designed to actually stop anything. Like this was not enough resistance to ban you from teleporting in. What you think it is more like instead is it's more like a membrane. It gives you just enough to resistance so that someone teleporting in would know that there is something there that they're going into, and that when you go through it, when it pops the sort of bubble that you go into, that it sends a signal out that someone has come in. So it's sort of like a combination of letting you know that there is something there that you're teleporting to, and letting the people that are there know that someone is teleporting in.
Did that happen when the crew in our vision popped in?
No, it did not.
But they didn't teleport. They flew
They didn't
up,
teleport.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they flew. They did not teleport.
Okay.
So the thing pops, and then for a second there is like nothing going on. There's just blackness in every direction. There's just not a whole hell of a lot here. After a moment of letting the ship sensors kind of come online, and you kind of have to turn everything off to engage the teleportation, and then you turn all your sensors back on. As the sensors turn back on, as you sort of extend them to full range, you can see that there is a space station of some kind that is off in the distance. There is multiple different ships. Few of them have anything similar to a beacon, but some of them have like transponders, right? They have some way of communication, and you can feel a couple of those transponders have like arcane signatures. Like there's going to be some variety of like using sending spells or something similar. You can sense that the presence of a couple of dozen of other ships, most of which seem to either be just outside of where the space station is, just sort of floating in the exterior area around the station, or docked at the station itself. And when you teleport in, you can see and you can kind of get from the ship's sensors that there's alarms going off in the station that something has triggered the warding. As that is happening, one of many, you feel your arm go deaden, and you feel the aberrant totemic link trigger. And there is this distinct sense of chewing in your mind. You feel as if something is nibbling, like a sharp beak is clipping its way, scratching along the surface of your mind as you connect to something.
Wonderful.
It does not feel like something you've felt before.
So do I think that these are not star shadows, or they're different star shadows?
It's definitely a star shadow because the link
Yeah.
wouldn't clear otherwise, but it's not one of the star shadows you felt before.
I've never felt beaks.
Never felt beaks before. This one has a distinct beak feel to it.
Interesting.
So, yeah. I'm trying to look at the rules for Aberrant Link because I always forget. You can make an engineering check, right?
Yeah.
You choose to ask questions if you want.
Yeah. Do I because we had the vision with all the different star shadows in that council, would I be able to piece together which type this is based on seeing all of
Not from the
those?
initial thing, just because the vision was just looking at the speakers, was looking at the like mortal companions of the ones. It wasn't looking at anything like what the actual star shadows look like. And he didn't communicate with them using the same
Right.
method you're using.
Yeah. So I was under the impression that star shadows were always just sort of like a void that was like humanoid shaped, but
Well,
maybe that's
you've
not
been in
true.
the mind of a couple of them, and they do feel different. Like
Yeah.
the Akamar and Hadar and Gebeth, each of them felt slightly different when you connected with them. This one is quite distinctive. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I want to ask it questions.
the dungeoneering checked me away, and then
Yeah.
I'm trying to see. There is
29.
because I know in the past you guys have figured out how many things were in range, and I think
Yeah.
it's because you asked questions, not because the spell does that.
Well,
So I'm
the
trying to.
spell connects to a random one, but
Mhm.
then we were saying you could connect with a different one if that one doesn't know the answer. It just what costs the healing
Lost
surge.
search. Yeah. So mostly it was me trying to figure out what I need to tell you, other than this one feels like beaks.
Yeah. Okay.
So the answer is nothing. I don't need another thing. So you get 4 questions, right?
With a 29, yes,
Yeah.
because I have
Yeah. The ribbon.
the ribbon.
All right. So what questions do you and or the group want to ask?
That's a good question. Um, any thought? Party?
You don't get to know
Um,
anything about him before asking, right? Like, now that you've connected, like, do you know who he is or anything like that?
It does not feel
No.
like one of the types she has connected to before, but beyond that, she does not have any information.
and by types, you mean like Akamar, Hadar, Gibeth.
Yeah, I've
Correct.
connected with
She
those.
know
And
she would be able to recognize Akabar, Hadar, and Gibeth from sense.
the vision.
Got it. So she knew those ones were those because of previous visions and stuff, not because of the link.
No, she knew those were because she's connected to like Hadar more than once. She didn't know it was Hadar when she connected the first time, but when she connected to another Hadar, she could recognize, oh, this one's Hadar.
Got it. Okay, so there's
There's
nothing.
personal experience with 3 of them, and she knows that it's none of the 3 she has personal experience with.
And did you ask the ones what they were, and that's how you found out what they were, or how did you learn what you were connected to?
I thought that I recognized the Hadar as a Hadar and whatnot because we had the vision and because we fought them.
Mm-hmm. Part of it, partially, you're able to figure it out because they also acted differently. They also
Right.
speak
But I'm
differently and sense things differently.
but like the reason that I didn't think like, okay, I've connected with 3 different types, type 1, type 2, type 3, versus being able to say type 1 is Gebeth. Was that because we've dealt with them
Yes.
in
Yeah,
person?
you guys have personal experience and vision experience with these. With
So
those, with this one, you do not.
so like if this new kind is Nahal, I won't know it's Nahal. I'll just know it's the 4th kind. And every time I meet with a beak guy, I'll know it's the 4th kind.
Unless you use one of your questions to get it to identify itself.
Oh. Well, that's a good first question. Thanks, Gary. Who are
So
you?
yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of what I was wondering is like, did we ask the other ones, and were they able to
No.
tell us?
No, no, you did
Because
not need to ask that.
they're bad at places and time.
They're bad at future and plans.
And they're not great at individuality, and they're not great at time.
So because I've talked to a few different ones of these, like this is not my first totemic link, could is it reasonable to say that I could phrase the question as a character better than as me.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to know who it is an avatar of, but I want to phrase that in a way that it would not give me some BS answer. Is that fair?
Yes. And it does give you a sense of a snapping beak. And it gives you the sense of a dark shadow that the beak shares over everything else, and that its beak is the highest on the pile of other beaks. And you get the sensation in your mind of a name, not really of like a individual name, but of a category of like reverence, almost. And the name Delbin.
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 So you have
Delbin's deadly attention.
you have enough interaction with these things to recognize that it is identifying itself
As a
as
prime.
Delbin Prime.
Fuck, that's really scary.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Bye.
But this is not Deltath's ship. This is like a space station, right?
Yeah, it's a huge space station.
So so we really don't even need to go here.
No, let's go to 3.
Hopefully.
But let's just finish this quick conversation. Uh
Thank you.
can I ask something along the lines of why are you here?
Yes.
Like we've asked them before, why are you here? And they were like, we're waiting to spring a trap.
Yeah. My question for you is, because this is me trying to translate, right? You're saying that the character knows how to phrase things in a specific way that the player would be like your character is in the world, knows exactly how to phrase things. My question for Kylie is one of many asking like, what are you doing here right now? Or like, what is your like, why are you here? Like, overall,
Well, like
right? Like,
yeah.
what's your mission, or what are you doing right now? I guess is the thing that I'm asking.
Yeah. I don't want it to be like I'm eating a sandwich. I guess it's more like what is your mission? But I know that it isn't great with plans.
Yeah, which is kind of the hard
So
thing, right? Because
so yeah, like I'm thinking
so if you're trying to do like, what are you doing right now, but not just the I'm eating a sandwich answer, you're like, what is your like current short term goal? Is that one
yeah.
of the things? Is that kind of what
Is
you're
that
asking?
yeah.
To catch you.
Is that fair? Is that a fair question? I'm not trying to
No, like that is. So I was thinking if it's like, why are you here? Sort of, what are you doing? What is your plan? That's going to be really hard to phrase in a way that you're going to get a reasonable answer from.
yeah.
But it's like, what is your short term thing of what you're doing? Like, for the next few minutes or whatever. Like, what's your general thing that you're doing? I'm eating a sandwich, but it would instead be like, I'm on my lunch break from doing this other thing that I was doing today, right? Like that's kind of what you
Yeah.
want, generalized what's going on.
Yeah. I'm hoping that's in the
Okay.
realm of kosher. Yeah.
So it will respond that let's see. Huh. It is. So I'm trying to think of how it would phrase this, but it would basically say something along the lines of few of the shadows can do what I'm doing, because what I'm doing they would find is not only difficult but pointless. So I'm doing sort of the difficult but what others would consider futile task of keeping my speaker alive.
Mm.
The speakers are like the human or like the mortal priests of the.
Yeah,
Is the guys that Merc was killing.
Yeah.
right.
Is Merc here? Is this where that meeting's happening?
Oh,
Oh, that's a good thought.
that is a good thought. Um, are there other primes here?
So it sort of like rise and sort of snaps in your brain as it seems to have different reactions to the others. Kaifan, Kirad, Urban, Zadun. And Nihal.
That's so many. Wait, okay. Python, Kirad, Ulban.
Ulban, Zadun, and Nihal.
I've got them in the sheet. So
Thanks.
Nihal, Kaifon, Delban, Kirad, Uldum, and Zudon. So not specifically, not the three Akamar, Hadar, and Gabeth are not here, or at least the
Or
primes are not here.
and Ebar is not here.
Ibar, yeah,
There are 5, 6 there.
yeah. 1,
Yeah. Oh,
2,
because
3,
Delbon's
4,
there, obviously. Yeah,
6.
And you
Yeah,
can tell
Delban's.
it sort of puts, hopefully it came across, it puts the first group in one category and puts the last one in a separate category.
No, Nahal's in a separate category.
Yeah. Like
Can
the others
I?
are here, but I don't really like talking about them. But also Nahal is here. So there is this sort of like perverse feeling of like twisted joy that you get when it says that Nahal is here.
So Delbon likes Nahal.
Seems to be.
Okay.
But he doesn't
All
like
right.
the other ones. He doesn't like Kaifon or Kirad or Ulban. I wonder why that is.
Okay. So we have one more question. We could dig into that. We could also ask something about Pandorum or a third thing.
I think we should ask about Merc. Like, are you being attacked or are you
Do we know in the vision if all the primes were there?
You know in the mission specifically that not all the primes were in attendance, but that one of each of the star shadows was represented.
Would I know from the vision, like if I dig back into it, would this align, would the knowledge of these 6 primes being here line up with the vision?
The in the vision, it did not seem to differentiate between which of the primes were there or not.
Mm.
Um,
Okay. I mean, I don't think we want to ask about Merc because we don't want to blow up the vision. Right?
Can we ask what is harming his voice?
Sure.
How many questions do we have?
We have one
this
more
is the last
question.
one.
Okay.
So we could say like, what are you protecting your speaker from?
Yeah.
So it just sort of like writhes and moves and says, 1,000 tiny needles, 1,000,000 inconveniences. They are so frail.
Yeah.
So it's nothing
Okay, I
specific.
found Vision
to it,
17.
It's immortal.
Okay. So basically, yeah, it's mortal, so I have to protect it. Okay. Okay. That's our 4 questions.
So would you let the the thing finish, or would you spend a surge to see if you can connect to another?
Well, you guys, I'll waste away talking to these things, but do you think there's anything else to gain?
I don't know. At the minimum, you would be able to identify them in the future.
Yeah.
If you connect with more. But I don't know if that's worthwhile.
So, Gary, do you remember like we kind of realized we're doing this wrong? So if I connect with another one, I lose an additional surge and I can re-ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
So I could ask it who it's the avatar of, why are you here? Are there other primes here? Why are you protecting your speaker from? Right? Like I couldn't come up with, you know,
I think you
a-
can ask new questions. I'm
it's up
trying to
to
remember.
you.
We were doing something wrong with this, and I'm trying to remember what we were doing wrong.
I think
Well,
we were paying surges to ask additional questions.
no,
Yeah,
I thought we were paying surges to connect with a new one and then like treating it like a new iteration. But I mean, it does say you may re-ask any questions you wish answers for. So
yeah. Because
it's up to
I
you.
don't think. I think the way we've been doing it is fine, but it
Okay.
takes a surge from you regardless, and then it takes
Yeah.
another surge each time you want to ask. Each time you want to
Each,
reconnect to another one.
yeah.
I honestly think part of the thing that I was doing wrong was I think I told you how many were in range, and I don't think that's any part of the ritual.
Oh, yes. I don't think it is.
I seem to remember you even like gave her an impression and a choice of which one she'd like to connect to, which
Yeah.
probably is
Which is not
yeah.
should be a random one. All right. So surge and ask another. Is that
I don't know.
the
Drock, Griffle, what do you guys think?
We have
Uh,
lots of surges. I don't mind spending them.
It
Okay.
has to be one surges though.
Yeah,
we'd
but then
have
we can
to-
do that thing and
Yeah,
divvy up.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would be worth asking about Delseth specifically, since we don't have like a visual on this place that much to know. I don't think this is the place.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will connect to another one. Do I roll again? I think I do, right?
You do roll again, and then I have to make a check and see what you connect to.
Oh, bad.
So two. When you connect to the next one,
Hmm.
it feels like your mind is sort of like pulled away from your body, like you feel like you're getting lost to the depths of space. That the other ones that you've connected to have had some sort of impression to it. This is just a massive lack of anything. There's just a void that is here. And as you sort of reach out to it, you can sense that there is something there, but it's like it's dispersed so finely over so vast an area that trying to really think about it, if you try to think about it too hard, is going to break your brain.
Cool. So I have 3 questions. I would start with Who are you an avatar of?
So it responds giving you that sense of void, that sense of consuming all between everything. That is the void between the stars. It is the foundation upon which all evil and all darkness spreads. It is what is there once all is dead and destroyed. It is Ibar. It doesn't
So
make
Ibar,
any differentiation between it being a shadow of Ibar or it being Ibar itself.
Hmm. It's looking like this might be the meeting. A lot of different kind of guys here.
Yeah. Not a prime though, but
No. But he said it
yeah.
doesn't it seemed like it didn't differentiate. Like maybe Ibar doesn't ascribe to that structure. Um, do we want to ask why are you here with the other representatives? Or do we want to ask who who else is here? Or I'm interested in what they would say about Pandorum.
oh yeah, you can ask about Pandorum. Where is
Okay.
Pandorum?
All right. Yeah. Where is Pandorum?
It gives you this sensation of like this massive, endless void, and then of things sandwiching on top and below of the endless void of pressing down these huge, like infinitely long, infinitely wide sheets of infinitely thick or thin, like glass, and then them being layered one on top of another on top of another with this void in the middle. And the more that it's trying to sort of press its explanation into your head, the more it's like sort of like your brain not comprehending something, zooming out so far, but the resolution keeps getting stronger and stronger to try to force you to see what's there. It tries to give you something that's just too big to be comprehended.
Oh, but we knew that, didn't we? That Pandorum was in the Infinite Ring.
We made a guess.
Okay.
So that is its answer. Question 3.
Dalsath?
Well, okay, so I'm afraid of like cluing them in. Gary, can they not remember? They're like not aware of this conversation.
Yeah, so
Is
you
that true?
spend the surge,
Yeah.
and the strain of making this connection and of concealing it from the aberrant creature causes you to lose a healing surge. So yeah, you
Right. Okay.
conceal your connection and the
Okay.
questions you're asking.
Okay. So what do we want to ask specifically about Dalseth? Because we have a pretty good lead of where he is. Like, do we want to know if there are any shadows guarding him? Maybe could be a question.
Yeah, that could be good.
Okay. So can I ask, like, to phrase that? Because I think we know that there are fragments of Dalseth in other places, right? Is that true? Or is this all the rest of him?
I don't think we know for sure.
Okay. So can I ask basically like the Dalseth that is on the ship imprisoned that Gibeth and Hadar and Akamar found? Is that Dalseth being guarded by any star shadows right now?
You sort of send that through, and you get the impression that this thing only vaguely knows of what it is you're talking about, but is like that is a thing that is done from time to time. Whether it's done right now, it doesn't really know. So like it knows that the idea, hey, you described Dolph's prison. Is it being guarded by shadows? And it's like, well, that's a thing that happens.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem to know or care whether it's happening right now. And then the connection snaps, and you can spend a surge to reconnect if you want.
Okay. I feel kind of satisfied. I mean, unless like we don't want to get in this mix, right? We just want to leave.
Yeah, I don't think we want to get in the mix. The vision with the voice, the speakers when Burke kills them, were speakers of Akamar, Hadar, and Gebeth absent?
No.
Okay, they were also there.
Is that in the
Everyone,
vision? God, sorry.
well, everyone but Pandorum, right? There was like an
Yeah.
empty chair.
The speaker. Okay.
And one of the ones that actually speaks is the speaker for Hadar. Like in the vision, you get some like dialogue, and he speaks to the viewpoint character talks to the voice of Akamar, and Akamar, like the voice of Akamar, responds back. So like at least that Akamar is there, and there is the impression that all of them are there.
Okay.
So Morin asked, do we want to go further back or closer to the present on the ship's log?
Yeah, because if like Stent's ship came here, right? Do we really think that Stent's ship came here before they went to Dalset's prison?
This was the last fuzzy one?
This
Or
was
this was the
before the first fuzzy one. So you guys went to number 4.
uh-huh.
5 is like an Imperium homeworld. 4 was 4, 3, and 2 are places you don't know what they are, but
Mhm.
3, 2, and 1 are all fuzzy. So the
So then
assumption was
3.
if you go to 4, everything past that is fuzzy. So 4 is probably where the ship is.
But
But
it's
when you
the
got here, you
first
realized,
fuzzy.
no, there's a space station here.
Mm-hmm.
And there doesn't seem to be like a ship, or not a ship, like a planet or anything anywhere kind of close to this station. It is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. So then I think we want to go to 3.
So you do not refresh the connection, let the link fade?
Yeah, but am I allowed to recast the ritual so that it would trigger again today?
Yes, but it takes you an hour to recast it, I think. Yeah.
I think that's worth doing.
I
Do you guys
agree.
agree?
Yeah.
You have,
Okay.
well, do you want to do it after we leave?
So
If she
if
casts it here, will it automatically trigger?
while you're really because like the time it takes to ask these questions is actually pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
Griffel can tell that there are ships moving to intercept you guys as you are sort of paused here outside of the station, right? You guys
Yeah, so
teleported in, and there are ships moving to intercept you.
okay. So then I would say go to location 3, but maybe go like 100 miles out and then recast Totemic Link.
Griffel, are you okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. So you fire up the ship's engine. You're going to be able to get away before the ships cover the roughly 10 miles from the space station to where you guys are. But it's not is not without incident, right? Like you see other ships that are moving in the way that are small and fast. They don't look like they're full-size ships. They look like they're maybe ships that are built to be connected to, that are like maybe a like a boarding vessel, right? That is not its own ship. It's just launched from the station. So when you blip out, you're doing so when you see these as you see these smaller ships coming to intercept you to see what's going on. You get the impression that they probably were sending some sort of hails, but you don't have those mechanisms built into your ship. So they weren't, more or less, they weren't communicating on frequencies that you communicate on. And so the communication was not going to go too super well. And then you pop out and you're in the black. There's nothing. You send your sensors out and there is nothing out here. No stars that are close by, no planets that are close by. There's just blackness, darkness on the sensors in every direction. You take some time floating in the black to recast the ritual. And what do you do while you're floating out in the darkness? Pilot?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were talking to me.
No worries.
What do we do? What? So there's nothing on the sensors, like no space station, no.
No space station, no ships, no planets, no markers. There's no anything here. If you didn't have these very specific coordinates, right? You're even using the star charts to get here. You're having to map like huge numbers to the nearest guidepost is not the right word. Landmarks, right? You kind of triangulate between 4 landmarks to get to any location, and all of the landmarks you had to use to get out here were enormous distances away. So where you are, it just feels like you would think if there was anything closer, you would have used something closer as a landmark. This just feels like it's out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, that sounds about right.
Well, like, but then where are the star shadows then?
We gotta find the ship. We know it's like a big crystal ship. Maybe it's cloaked.
Oh, didn't it have like some kind of like reflective, like it had those big crystals that kind of made it look like it was a star, but it from a distance. But we're not seeing any stars or anything.
I mean, you could see stars way off in the distance, but you in the
But
vision,
it made it look like it was a star from like quite far away, but it was actually like quite close.
correct.
Okay. All right. I remember this. All right. So I'm gonna send out a beacon ping looking for the ghost.
Give me an engineering check, please.
Sure.
So something does respond. That engineering is not, do you find anything? It's how well you can decipher what happens. Also, last session I was like, yeah, you guys are going to go jump into a fight because I thought I knew where you were going. And then, no, it's not where you went.
Where
We've been
did you
talking
think
about this
we were
for
going?
so long.
We have. But we never go where we actually say we're going to go. So Gary was probably like, well, if they say they're going to go to Delseth, they're not going to go to Delseth, so I'll prepare everything else.
Dare you.
No, yeah. We'll talk about it later.
He thought we were gonna break into the ghost.
Really, what he's gonna say is, "I thought you were gonna go to Dowseth's prison," and then we're gonna be like, "Fuck, where are we?"
I did plan for you going to Dalseth's prison.
And that's not where
Method
you are
were
right
gonna take
now.
to get there is different than what I assumed you guys were going to do. My assumption, and what I mean, it's not going to spoil anything to say this. My assumption was that you knew the last point of thing, like you knew that Tantarus was where you kind of lost, like the end of the line. I thought you were going to start there and work your way backwards. You didn't. You started in the other end, which is not a problem, right? You're not wrong to do so, but I thought you'd go the other direction. So
I
a
thought
lot
we
of
were
my
pretty clever with the whole fuzzy thing.
So yes, so you get a sort of scrambled, weird ping back, and there is this sense of like static that, yeah, like that comes through, where it takes you a second to realize that the ping that you get back is actually quite clean. The static and the distortion that you get is actually not between what you ping and your ship. The static and distortion is between your ship and your helm. It's between the interface between your ship and yourself, as if something about the thing that you just pinged off of, when it translates through the ship and through your helm to you, that it's hitting some sort of interference, that it's not cooperating, it's not getting along well with your helm.
Oh. But I can locate it based off of that, right? Like it has to have come from an
Yeah.
origin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get closer.
It's pretty far away. It's a couple 100 miles away. So it's drifted from where the location that you had was.
Cool.
But it's within 500 miles. So you're able to sense it in deep space. And you can sort of get closer to it. And you can get this sense of like dread as you're getting closer from it. And let me see.
We
Yeah,
accelerate for 50% of the way and then decelerate for 50% of the way.
You know how this works. So I'd say with 24 engineering, you'd be able to sense that the signal you're honing in on, it's like antithetical to your helm. Like your helm is
Oh.
having like a knee-jerk reaction to the signal you're honing in on.
Is this a Nera?
Nera?
Yeah, it's a signal from one of the Nera ships.
That makes sense.
It's okay, buddy. I won't let them destroy you.
So you get close, and as you get closer you can see this sort of distortion in space where the sort of mirror-like sheen of the exterior of the ship is reflecting perfectly the image of light coming from all around. Where when it's just sort of a set of lights in the background, it's really hard to tell that this one little spot of space is actually reflecting a different spot of space. You have to get pretty close to it to recognize that no, it is this perfectly reflective surface that, if you can angle yourself correctly, will reflect your ship. If you can kind of get in the way of where the mirror is pointed, and that is the way that you can sort of tell, okay, here's the outlines of this ship, which is roughly 3 times the size of your ship.
So not huge, but
It's notably
It's
bigger than
sizable.
your ship, but yeah, it's
our ship's pretty small compared to like most space-going.
yeah, your ship would be big if compared to like an interceptor, like a fast-moving like warship. But compared to any of the other size ships, any of the other planar ships, it's real small. And you can tell that this ship, is like volume-wise many, many times the volume of your ship, because it's like, it's like 5 times as wide and like 3 times as long. And you're able to realize that you have gotten close, and you get close to the ship, and nothing happens. The totemic link does not trigger, does not ping.
That's a good sign.
Do I feel like the Nera? What did the Nera do again? Don't they they like mess with time a little bit?
They like
Yeah,
exist
they
in
seem
multiple
to.
planes.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
seem to exist in multiple planes at once.
You can tell that there is a lot of planar distortion around this ship.
Yeah. Do I feel like is it possible that the distortion could block my link?
I would
That's
say
my
that
expert opinion.
your character knows well enough that if the distance between here and the ship is only a mile or two, that would not stop your link if it was on the same plane. But if it was on a different plane, even if it was right next to you, you might not be able to sense it with the link. And because you know that the Nira have a bunch of planar fuckery,
Mhm.
they might be able to conceal it. You've not experienced that before, so you don't know if it's actually possible, but it does
Yeah.
fit theoretically possible.
Yeah. But I
And
think
you've
we
seen
still
the
need to
way
be
that the
on alert.
Nira move,
Mhm.
and kind of seeing how it distorts even your ability to like see them.
Mhm. Okay.
So you go. Would you sort of fly around the ship? Would you try to? Because you can see where you might be able to dock with it. You could try to figure out if you can teleport onto it. You could like, what is your approach? You see this ship. What do you want to do now?
Oh man. Do you guys want to
Uh,
try to? Oh, you go.
Well, I have a very unrelated, of course, tangent. Do you guys think that lowercase m mirror could refer to the Nira? In
I
that,
mean, they are literally like made of something that is like reflective.
and like it's planar fuckery, and planes are
Mhm.
mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
So if when the beacon of the Exarch's world ship said I was a mirror placed before the one who came before, I wonder if she was a Nira. Okay, that's all.
Entirely possible.
All right, back to the question at hand.
Would you try to interface with the ship? Because you get a ping that it exists, but you don't get anything else when you send out the beacon ping.
I guess we would try and dock with it.
Right. So you fly around the outside. You can see that there are a couple of ways to dock with the ship, one below and one to the side. You know that is it the side or the back? Hang on, let me look at the map real quick. I think it's it's below and to the side. Where is this? Yeah, so there's a couple places to dock with the ship. Yeah, so one of them is sort of the back end side of the ship. You can dock there, or you can. It looks like you should be able to dock just below the ship as well. So, and the sort of rear, but to the side, is where Ent and his people docked previously.
Yeah, I think we'll probably try and do that as well.
Follow
Okay.
that path.
Yeah.
I like that.
So you can see that there's basically like two different docking ports on the back, and as you kind of float the ship over, as you kind of get closer to that reflection, you can see the pieces inside of these crystals, inside of the the mirror effect, right, is actually on a lattice work of crystal. And as you get close to it, you can see that one of the docking ports looks like it's smudged, might be the best word. Like it looks like it's been it's noticeable, right? It's distorted. The effect is spoiled slightly because it looks like it's had something connected to it, possibly recently. And on one
Well,
side,
we
where
know
you
it
know,
has.
you know where Stent is. You can see the other one on the other side as you guys are coming up to it. Looks like it also has something on it, but it looks like it's sort of like broken and bent, like it's been bashed in. And you're seeing like it maybe could be operable, but you'd have to kind of like seal around it or fly your ship up next to it to get atmosphere on it because you're not sure whether it would hold atmosphere. Yeah, so one of the ports looks like it's been recently used. One of them looks like it's been recently damaged.
So does that mean that we wouldn't be able to safely dock with either of them?
You get the impression you could probably safely dock with either of them if you would like.
Oh, okay.
One of them is going to be very much retracing the paths that Stent took to get here, and the other one looks like it has been damaged in recent times as well. So the fact that both of them show use is weird.
Because we know Stent was here, but we don't know who else was here. Because when Stent came, it was completely untouched, right?
Correct.
So that feels like after Stent left. And we don't know what happened to Daltheth at the end of Stent's vision, right?
Correct.
So somebody came afterwards. Maybe they moved Daltheth. Although the star shadow that I connected with, did it feel like it affirmed that yes, that is where Daltheth is, and sometimes it's guarded? Or was it more like, yes, Daltheth is sometimes guarded?
It was more of like you say, hey, here's Daltheth's prison. Is it currently guarded? And it's like, I'm aware that Daltheth's prison is a thing and that it is sometimes guarded, but I don't care if it is guarded right now.
But did it seem to affirm that the ship was Daltheth's prison, or did it?
Yeah. But you don't know if
Okay.
that's concurrent, right? Like you're like, hey, have you heard of this thing where Daltheth is stored? And it's like, yeah, I know what that is. I don't really care about it.
So he really might not even be here.
I mean, he probably is, but like...
So that's
I think it's still worth investigating.
Well, of course. Which entrance, I guess, do we think is?
Let's go for the same one that we're familiar with that Stent used.
Oh, we could, well, I guess I'd have to leave the ship to do it, but we could do like a wheel or woe.
Yeah, I'm up for that. It's been a while since we've done that, and we might as well be prepared as much as we can.
True. It's an extra 5 minutes. It's not going to cost us anything, right?
What's it called? Read Omen? It does take a healing surge.
It does cost something, but the person who's saying it doesn't cost us anything is the person who surges probably going to be. So
Yeah.
I said it cost a healing surge.
I know I'm saying like it's I'm assuming that it's going to be Drock's healing surge at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, probably.
well, yeah. Okay, yeah. So can I do a wheel or woe on going in the Stent way? I put on my spacesuit from a spacewalk.
Hey, question. Now that we're in full control of the ship, the wardings that prevent divinations and stuff on the ship, can we control that?
No.
Had to ask.
I appreciate it.
I mean, like, do you mean control as in can you suppress it? Can you stop it? No, it is a permanent effect.
It's not like ascending where you could like allow it or not allow it.
Correct. You guys are high enough level, you can look in and you kind of can get the information from the ship. You can look up the ritual forbiddance. That is what's cast on the ship. So there's a version of that. Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna try to look at this thing. I always forget how this works. All right, so the question is, what happened? Like, will it be good or bad for us if we go into the ship?
The stent
Go-
door
Go into the stent
specifically.
door.
Hmm.
You get the response back, both weal and woe,
Okay.
from the divination. So good and bad things will happen if you go in. And you know that it gives you the the little caveat of if you do this within the next around 30 minutes.
Right. Um. So, question for the group: do we want to do it on the other door, and or do we want to do a comrade sucker so that I have more than 1 or 2 healing surges?
I
Oh.
feel like we probably will have to get in some kind of fight. So yes to the comrade sucker.
Yeah, 100% on that.
So
I honestly I kind of just want to get in here. Like I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm fine with that. I just didn't want to unilaterally decide.
I don't know. I feel like maybe Griffel's itching for a fight a little bit.
Yeah.
When's the last time we did a long rest?
I think it's been a little while because I have dice of auspicious fortune that apparently I have used 2 of the stored dice of, according to my character sheet.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's do the.
Oh, guys.
Yeah.
I think something's incoming.
Oh.
So you sense that, and then you can feel. You send the sensors down, and then the sensation goes away. Then it comes back. It goes away. And you can
Oh.
feel this sort of like ebb and flow, but the location stays roughly the same. It's nearby the ship, but it's like there's something just faintly sort of tickling the ship's sensors, like something like a teleportation that's starting and stopping and starting and stopping over and over again.
Someone's trying to get in or out.
Yeah, it's more like someone's locking on and then stopping, and then locking on and then stopping. It's like someone's taking the first steps to starting a warp and then turning a plane shift and then turning it off and doing it again.
Oh,
Sort of
God,
like they're
that
changing their
sucks.
mind.
Okay.
Remember that happened with the judge that one time? Like, is it our ship that's rerouting something?
Ooh, that's a good point, actually. Does it feel like what happened when the judge was can bounce back a bunch?
So you send the stuff through your helm, and then it says, like, sends back some of like, no, it's not exactly. And then the like Plucky sort of goes, cycles detected in 10, 9, 8. Cycle repeats. 10, 9, 8. Cycle repeats. And then once you're like, hey, is this like a thing that we've seen before? The ship is able to be like, oh yeah, there is a pattern here, and is able to identify that there is this faint pattern. It's almost like it's a short circuit, which is what was happening with the judge. He kept being thrown into the buffer of the system and not being allowed to teleport out, because you can control where people teleport to on the ship, but it was basically stuck mid teleport and just cycling through over and over and over again, and sort of like the short-term memory of the ship's buffer. And the ship is saying, yeah, it's not my buffer that's doing that, but that is kind of what's happening. It's like there's a loop that's happening.
And it's not from on the ship, it's from
Nearby.
outside of.
It's from like half a mile away.
Oh.
Should we investigate that first? I feel like that's kind of important.
Oh yeah.
Guess so, yeah.
How long does the healing surge ritual take?
5 minutes.
Should we? How many surges are you at right now?
2.
Probably enough for one fight because you can't. Can you use more than 2 in a fight?
Well, yeah, she gets healed
Yeah,
more than twice. Yeah.
but
Right. Okay.
yeah, I mean it.
Well, we could do the ritual first if you want.
I think we can do the ritual on our way to the thing.
Sure.
Warship detected, saber class inactive, life signs unknown. So is something teleported in then? It's still unable to shift. Okay. It's a warship. It's a saber class warship. And the planar anomaly is repeating. It's also inactive and life signs are unknown.
Does it look like this could have caused the damage on the other entrance?
It's possible.
Like maybe somebody else found this ship and that ship is full of star shadows and killed these people.
It's cloaked, but we can still detect it. It's like it's trying to get in or out. Maybe it's trying to shift away, and I think we should go over and maybe knock on the front door, see who's home.
I want to do a wheel or woe about that.
Yeah, let's definitely do that.
So you guys go start flying over that direction because it is, it's a little bit of a distance away. And while you kind of have have outside the ship doing the spacewalk, you enter into the exterior part of the warship's cloak. It's not the warship is not close. It's not cloaked close to the ship itself. But it's created a little bubble of invisibility that it's inside of. And as you fly closer to it, you can pass through the bubble. When you're really close to it, you can just see it. And there is this slowly spinning ship that is in like a rough U shape, and the ship itself looks like a giant pulsating tumor with these black pieces sort of codified on the outside, like it's burned or corrupted. And you see little pinpoints of sort of like bluish light coming from holes in the sort of fleshy exterior, where it looks like there's like little circular pieces pinned into it that you think are maybe like windows or like doors on the outside of it. And the whole ship is sort of spinning faintly, and you see little pieces of debris in a field around it where it's pretty clear the ship is heavily damaged.
All right.
Do we recognize the type of ship? Like who it might be from?
So this looks like one of the it doesn't look like a Saber class warship. It looks like one of the biomechanical living ships that you've seen before around the Sins. Like you've fought ships that look roughly like this, although they all look a little different. This one doesn't look exactly like the others that you fought, but it's close enough that you think it's the same category. It's one of the sort of forerunner biomechanical warships.
And there are no life signs.
Well, it's life signs unknown.
Life signs.
The ship is inactive, and it seems like it's continuously trying to teleport out, but is unable to. There is some sort of planar anomaly that is potentially the cause of it being unable to plane shift out.
Is there anything that seems like this is what caused the damage to the other ship?
You see that there looks to be some, like, one of the kind of arms of the ship looks like it has something that it would like be able to connect to something else, but it's all
Mhm.
like torn and the area around it is blackened and charred. Maybe it tried to connect to something. It might have made that mark on the other ship. And it's really close, like half a mile away
Yeah.
when you're millions of miles from anything, as it's, they're basically on top of each other.
All right. Should we do a wheel of woe for this one? And then also, what does partially in existence mean? Does it mean that there's partial signals for life signs, or does it mean that the type of life signals are partially
It shows signs of
alive?
life in a second, and then they go away, and then it shows it again, and then it goes away.
So the thing that's trying to teleport away maybe is alive and stuck in a loop.
Right. But it says life signs, strong signals plural, and then none. So whatever it is, like there does seem to be life signs on the ship,
Hmm.
but they're stuck in a loop. It's like they're buffering.
So can we do a wheel or woe on entering this ship?
You cast, and the ritual fades. It doesn't do anything. You know enough about
Oh.
divination to know when it responds nothing and when the ritual fades. It bounced off of something.
Anti-divination wards.
Yeah. I mean, who goes in a forerunner ship? It's probably going to be adversary things.
So flying along the outside of the ship, as you see it sort of slowly spinning through the air in its own little cloud of debris, you can see all along the sides of the ship just heavy signs of damage where it looks like it's taken a horrible beating from weaponry. Like this thing has been in a fight and it has not gone its way.
Hmm. This is kind of counter to like how Foxy the player thinks. But I feel like Griffel's like this thing is clearly stuck and not going anywhere. Does it really matter? Like it's
I feel the
clearly been
same.
here for a while.
Hmm.
And while it is interesting, like it's very interesting to me, the player, Griffel's kind of like, look, we came here to do a thing. We kind of need to just get in and do the thing.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
agree with that.
The only minor piece that I would add to this, not that I'm trying to convince you one way or the other, the only piece that Griffel would see is Griffel can see that the ship is not dead and it is very slowly healing.
Okay. Are we talking like days, weeks, months, years?
In order to like fully heal, it'll probably take the ship quite a long time, maybe weeks. In order to heal enough to do something, to reactivate, to do whatever it is trying to do, you're not certain. Probably still a decent chunk of time. It looks like it has sustained really heavy damage. There's big just scar marks all along the side of the ship where it's taken like sustained fire from other ships' weapons.
Does it look recent as well? Like, does it look like it? Because this wasn't here in the vision, but also like they don't have the level of technology that we have to be able to detect something like this.
Yeah, it looks like it's fairly recent. You don't know if it's been here, like if it was here when Stent was here, because it's far enough away and it was well enough hidden that one, Stent could have missed it, and two, if you guys didn't stop and spend some time investigating the outside, where basically Griffel was flipping through the sensors, twiddling their thumbs while they're waiting for the divinations to go off, you probably wouldn't have noticed it anyway. Like this is because you guys stopped here and you had to sort of fiddle with double checking things that you noticed it. So it might be, maybe it was here when Stent was here before. It might have happened between then and now. You do not think it is very old. And the damage all over the ship, because it is so significant, you think that if it was here for a crazy amount of time, or like, if it was here for several weeks, it looks like it would have been able to heal. The ship's not dead, so it would be able to heal a good bit, but it wasn't like broken in half or something,
Yeah.
right? Where it would take, even if it survived somehow, it would take
Yeah,
an
yeah.
incredible amount of time to heal from that.
Does it seem
So-
like they're trying to spin up an ESAP? Is that what we're sort of detecting?
So what you can get as you're focusing in, seeing the anti-divination thing, is there seem to be significant life signs on board, like a strong presence, but individually, it seems like there's, like the sensors at least say that there's thousands of life signs on board. But the
So
ship's not
parasites, like the hive mind.
the ship's not big enough to have thousands of like humans on it. But
Right. Did we remember when we saw, what was it, like the Nothic or the Nyogi, one of those two? Was that like a U-shaped ship at Matsibu on the space station or something?
There was a Neogi ship, yeah.
so the Nyogi ship and the Nothic ships, yes, you did see both, and yes, one of those two ships was U-shaped, and it was the ship of the Nyogi, of the Nothic, not the Nyogi. The Nyogi
And they're
ships
like-
are big, like spider-like looking things.
So remind me what the Nothics are. They're like,
They're insane prophets. They're creatures that look into the unknown. Have a very particular look to them. Yeah.
Oh, I feel like we do have to investigate this.
why?
Well, if it's the Nothic, like they
They're the
doesn't
ones that
didn't the one of the legatus of one of the legions, like
People
Bedbear
keep them as
said
pets.
they keep them as pets. Yeah.
But we wanted to find one because I was told like long ago that one could maybe help me understand how to use my orb, but I think we're past that.
Yeah, we are past that, but also, like, are they here because they had some kind of vision about it? Is what I'm thinking.
I mean, we could just nuke this ship and be done with it. These guys
We
are
could 100%
bad.
nuke this ship, yeah. No, the Nyogi were, like, the really bad ones.
They were the
The
slavers.
Nothic were described, I think I remember them being described as kind of, like, a bit insane and kind of dangerous, but not, like, evil necessarily.
Chaotic more than anything else.
Yeah.
But they know like super obscure weird shit.
Hmm.
But the problem is kind of getting the information out of them in a way that makes sense.
I think it makes sense to explore the Daltheth ship, and if Daltheth isn't there, then we talk to these guys.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a plan.
Okay. So you fly out of the cloak. You see it disappear from your visual sense, but you can still tell where it is on the sensors. And you can tell that your beacon is kind of getting back that the ship doesn't have a beacon on board and doesn't seem to have anything that's at least functional that it can communicate with. So it floats back up, gets up next to the dock, and you can see the dock is there for you to connect with if you want.
So what you're saying is that the ship doesn't have a ghost.
Does not seem, neither ship seems to have a functional ghost. The ship that has Daltheth's prison seems to have something like it. Seems to have maybe an inactive ghost or a partial ghost or a corrupted ghost. It's got
Yeah, I would have
something
expected it to have something. Yeah.
it's got something there, but it's not communicating with you. Whereas the other ship doesn't have anything. It doesn't have a beacon. It doesn't seem to have anything, even something that reads as like an inactive ghost.
But like neither did like the Neogi, and neither did have like other spacefaring ships that don't
Mhm.
call on Sulban. Like that's not uncommon. Like most of the ships in Tantarus didn't have them. Like the
Yeah, it
pirate
is not
guy.
uncommon. Yeah, it's not uncommon to not have a ghost and to not have a beacon. But you know, the in the circles that you run in and the types of ships that you keep dealing with, a lot of them have beacons or a lot of them have ghosts. But you can see that this other ship, this sort of broken biomechanical ship, it doesn't have anything for you to be able for your ship to be able to interact with. Where it's like I can't interface with this thing at all. It doesn't even seem like there's anything there to interface with. Like there's nothing even inactive to interface with. There's just nothing there.
Okay.
Whereas that's not the sense you get from the prison ship.
Okay. So I guess we'll go in and dock the same place that Stent did.
Oh, will this? Hang on. Will this let me? Hang on. That is dumb. Roll 20. Do better. I thought it was really
Doesn't have
smart. And I'm
the
gonna
map
be able to
saved
do
for you?
something. Huh?
Doesn't have the map saved.
Oh, it does. I was trying to show you. I was trying to be like, oh, it has a polygon reveal tool where you can reveal in any shape you want. And I was like, oh, it also has a hide tool, right, where you can hide certain areas. What I would like to do is just show the whole map, and then I'll hide just the interior of the ship, so I can show you what the outside of the ship looks like. But I tried to do that, and it's like, no, that makes too much fucking sense. So I have to like manually reveal the outside if I want to do that. And I'm going to do a sort of shoddy version because making it look pretty would take too much time. Close out of this.
So we know the
Right.
layout of this ship at this point.
You do know the layout of the ship. Do you guys want to just have,
Yeah,
because
so-
you guys have been in the interior of this, I can just show you the map. Although the only thing I will say is, even if it's a place that you guys know, I tend to hide things just to make it clear that you don't know what's in certain areas.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I can start with the whole thing revealed, and if we start going through and ooh, that's a useful tool. That's new. Oh, that is such a better idea. All right.
These are the things you can kind of expect and start to expect with the new jump gate feature.
Uh-huh. They added a thing where you can click on a map and say bring the party here rather than needing to go to the thing and drag the party to where you are, which is smart. That should have always been a choice. So I just had never seen it until right then when I was trying to take off the fog of war. But that's nice. Fog of war. Hide reveal mask. Is that what you're calling that now? And then they rename fog of war hide reveal mask. Why? Because fuck us. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
Fog of
Fuck
War
you.
wasn't clear. Nobody knows what that is.
Yeah, but the hide reveal mask. Everybody knows what that is.
Yeah.
I guess the tool on the left is now also called hide reveal mask. That is really stupid. All right. Yeah. So this is the ship, and you know
We're
that you dock
here.
over here. Yep.
Wait, ping it again. Where do we dock?
Down here.
Okay.
Oh,
This map is so big.
It is a big map. It's a big ship.
Yeah.
So you dock here,
Hmm.
and you can see that this. So there's the two ones that are set up on the side, but near the back of the ship. This is the one that Stent used, and this is the other one that's damaged, that has all the sort of broken pieces that are around it. That looks like the ship is slowly recovering from, but it looks like this is the part that was damaged on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, the ship is big.
How does my orb react to being so close to these crystals?
It does not have any particular problem with things on the outside, but once you step on board the ship, you see the blackness on your orb sort of fade away, and it's now just a floating clear crystal orb.
Mhm.
Hmm. Sounds like a
The way
good
that it
thing.
looks when it's paying attention.
Yeah. Can I try to talk to it?
You can sense that there is something there. What do you want to say to it?
Mm, I think just noticing that it is alert and different, try to get its read on the situation.
So it sends you the sort of mental feeling of like kind of fumbling through a dark room and then like seeing a forgotten book on a bookshelf, like just something that you didn't really know was still there, kind of way in the back, like you're stumbling through a dark storage area and you see an interesting book back on the back of a bookshelf.
Does it does it feel like that's how it's trying to describe this whole place, or is it picking up on something specific?
You get the impression that that's kind of what it's feeling about this is like it's why it's paying attention. It's like, oh, there's something here that is
Mm,
interesting, like a old scrap of knowledge back on a back page in a storeroom somewhere that everyone else forgot about.
okay.
Well, that is true.
No.
Okay. I think we should go all the way around. I think we should go clockwise. I know, like in the vision, we go this way and like through this kind of passageway. But I would be very interested in visiting the helm, which I believe is up this way.
Okay. Oh, and so we did do the comrade sucker. So I'm going to take 4 surges.
Yeah. So how many do we have to divvy up? Are you the only one missing some?
Griffel's down 2. I don't know if that's right or not.
I'll stay at 4. I mean, yeah. Did we? When did we fight? Should I be back
Beats
at
me.
full?
I don't think it. I think it is not had. You guys have not had a rest since you fought last, but it has been a minute.
Yeah, it was the Star Shadow, like it was sap and app and stuff, right? And I don't think we've rested since
Yeah.
then.
So you should take 2, and then Drock will lose 7.
I am missing something.
I'll just take 1 because I can't actually be healed more than 5 times.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah.
And so so 1 to her, 5 to you,
Yep.
and then 1 for the ritual, right? So 6,
4
Yeah.
4 to me, and then
4, then 1 to her, 5, and then 1 for the ritual, 6. Okay.
1 for the ritual,
Yeah.
so 6. Yeah.
I think that's right.
Hang on one second. I'm missing. Like I have a note that's like, "Hey, open this up and describe it to them," but the link is broken.
Oh no.
So the only thing that's broken is that it's not telling me what the name of this is, so I can pull it up. Could you please?
I'm gonna step away for like 1 minute while you're doing that. I'll be right back.
Would you kindly?
There we go.
Oh, that phrase still brings back memories.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What?
It's from BioShock.
Bioshock.
Oh, one of those things that I feel like all of my peers have played, but I have not. I've never played BioShock.
I'll bet you do his
It's-
bidding kindly if he
I would say like
blindly if he utters would you kindly.
the actual gameplay of BioShock is, it's fine. It's not great, but the story, environment, everything else about it is just fantastic.
All right. I finally got my thing pulled up. And it's still broken. All right. Let's see. There we go. You do have notes. All right. So the plan is to go beast direction. Yeah.
Can't see what you did, but towards
Yeah.
the room that has the table with the symbols on it. There you go.
This direction.
Now
Clockwise.
this is not the direction Stent went, so we're gonna encounter new stuff.
Yes,
So-
that's my thought.
This is to a certain degree. So they did look down this way in the vision. And as you go down this hallway, you get something of the same thing that they got, where there is this on the outside of this door. It looks like the door is like corroded, that it's not sealed shut, but like it's kind of like degraded, right, and warped. To where you're pretty certain you'd have to break it open in order to get through. It doesn't look like it would be difficult to break. You just think it'd be loud to break.
Okay with that if you guys are. I like heft my spiked chain / axe. Or hammer, I guess now it's a spiked chain / hammer.
So you go up, you go to it, and then you can see your weapon sort of flickers a few times in your hands as the weapon sort of activates, and you can see it's like recognizing, oh, you want me to destroy something. Cool. And you see the flames sort of rise, the heat rises on the weapon as it is ready to get used to destroy something. And one of many, as you see Griffel kind of like lighting up her weapons and going to the door and starting to burn things, you feel a strange sort of like sensation of like something wash over you. And you can sense that there is something nearby that is distorting divination. And it's really close to you. Well, it's now close to you.
Like a living thing?
Like there is some sort of active effect that as you guys kind of turn down the hallway, you see, Drock gets up front, Griffel whips out the things. You guys are kind of standing in the back. As you step to what you would consider to be kind of like a comfortable distance where you can still see kind of what they're doing, right? You get to the end of this hallway. You can sense that through the door, you just sort of entered into an area where your divination senses are not functioning correctly.
You mean the room with the table with the writing on it? Or the other room?
It
That
seems to be coming from this direction. Yeah. As you go down here to look down this hallway, right? This is a door that's shut. You can't actually see through it. But when you get to position where you're now looking down the hallway, you can sense that there's something coming from that room that's distorting your ritual sense. Like you think it'd be difficult or impossible to cast a ritual spell where you are to cast a divination spell where you are right now.
Do I think it's a forbidden? Or do I think it's something else? Or do I not know?
You're not sure? You can take some time to try to figure out what it is, but Griffel's about to melt the door.
Well, I would share that with the party.
I stop mid-swing.
Okay.
I've learned to be cautious of one's warnings.
So now that you stepped into it, you can kind of step out and you'll be like, okay, I can feel it's right here. You can kind of feel where the edge of the effect is. And it's where your token is on the map, basically. If you step just further away, just further down the hallway to the right, or just further down the hallway down, if you go on the map, you go east and south, you don't feel that effect. But where you're standing, like when you get that close, you can feel the edge of the effect. You don't think that you would recognize it if you weren't sort of a master of divination,
Divination.
right? Like, yeah, and you were just casting divinations outside the ship, right? So you're kind of in that mode, and you feel sensitive to this thing. I.e., I rolled a hidden check, and you rolled really well.
Nice. Um. I guess like, all right. So like, as a divination master, does it feel like a permanent effect? Because I don't think that this is
Uh,
necessarily dangerous.
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Was this considered scrying? Just kidding.
Is the what is
Scrying
it?
would
What
be
is your
+4.
So it is sort of like it's anti-scrying, I guess. So this is like your knowledge of this thing. I don't know what the item trigger says. Like,
Mm.
so I
It's
don't know what the trigger says. 39 is a success, anyways. But
sure.
you can feel that you're at the edge of an aura of something that likely needs to be maintained. So it could be an aura or the effect of a creature, or
Mhm.
it could be like an active ward, right? Like you could have a thing that kind of like the ship, right? If you were stepping next to or stepping on board the ship, you'd feel something similar,
Mhm.
but you're not certain, but you think it feels more like a living creature's aura than it does a ship, because it does move a little bit, right? It's not
Mhm.
completely static. It's just mostly static, like a creature standing still, but still active.
Okay. And does this feel like what my orb was reacting to?
No, you don't think so.
Okay. And in our vision, we never saw inside this room, right?
Correct.
And I think that didn't Dent in the vision do some rituals that made them decide to go the other way?
Correct.
Okay.
They did a hand of fate, I think, on this door, and the hand of fate basically failed, and something was blocking his divination. He's like, "Yeah, I'm not doing that."
Mm.
I would say that you can sense that you feel pretty confident that you could actually force something through. Like the effect on
Mhm.
the other side is potentially weak enough that you might be able to force like a divination or something through, but it would be
Mhm.
difficult to do so, right? Like actually, yeah, that's a hard DC success. Let me see what would I can tell you what the DC would be. Um, so in order for any of your divinations to penetrate through that thing, it would be a DC 32 to penetrate through that anti-divination aura.
Okay.
So
What about
it's pretty potent.
is anti-divination, does that also affect scrying?
Yes, scrying is divination as well.
Okay. I could do a wizard sight and try to scry into that room. If
Yeah,
you
if that's
guys
what you
don't
want to
mind
do.
waiting. Yeah.
No, yeah, go for it.
All right. Yeah, you're gonna need to make an Arcana check to overcome the. Yep.
Yeah.
To overcome the
Yep.
anti-divination thing, but you know the DC, so you cast the ritual, and you know you need to give me a DC 32 Arcana check.
I did it.
Bloop.
I added +4 for scrying.
Which is good because that is what you would need.
Mm.
This is what your
Yep.
sensor sees on the other side of the wall.
Oh, hey, those guys.
Those guys?
Yeah, that was, I think, what we fought in Celestia, wasn't it?
You fought against one of these. Well,
We fought against one of those and nearly killed us. But we were only level 4.
fought is a strong word.
Yeah, we hung
Tried
out
not to
until it.
die to.
We hung out until it killed Drock, and then Tyserial popped out.
Wait a minute. Wasn't one of these on the prison ship also?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Down a hallway we didn't go down?
Mm-hmm.
So is this the second prison ship? Weren't there 2?
Oh, the pickup ship?
Yeah.
Oh. Maybe. Where's the infinite rings from here?
A really long way away.
Hmm.
So the sensor picks up and then it almost immediately sputters and fails. Like you see a flash of the room. You see them just sort of like standing there inactive. Like
Mhm.
you think that they're still like technically alive, but they're completely motionless. They're statues otherwise. They're not reacting. They're almost like they're in stasis.
Mhm. Well, all right. I say we go the other way.
You don't think we can take them?
We can, but that's not our mission.
I thought we were wanting to get to the helm.
But the other way might be clear and goes to the helm, right?
You know in the vision that he had to go through some secret passages to get to where he was going, but you know where the secret passages are. He had to take this secret passage to get to bypass the area, and they could go either into the hold or they continued to go up this way.
Or
and
we could
into-
fight these guys and see if another angel pops out.
We could do that.
How tough are these guys
I'm-
again?
I mean, they killed us, one of us, but that was a long time ago.
They killed you guys at level 5, right?
Yeah. I don't mind fighting if you want to fight. I'm just saying we could probably also not fight these.
Isn't there a combat the other direction?
We don't know.
You know what's on the other side of the door? Question is whether you open it or not. Also, when does session end? Is it now? Is it
No.
in 15 minutes?
50.
minutes.
Yeah.
Now.
An hour. So what's the plan? Open the door or pass down the hallway the other way? Nobody's giving me answers, so I'm gonna have you guys vote in chat. One to kick down the door, 2 to go the other way. Griffle just standing there, just spinning thing. Like, you could go through. Foxy, you're right with going the other way? It seems to be the group decision.
If that's the group decision, I will go with the group decision. I'm pretty keen to kill him and see if an angel pops out, but I trust you guys more than I trust myself, so I'm good with it.
Okay. So you guys head in. So this room has a ton of signs of violence in it. It looks like there's been a recent major combat in this room, and that nothing has really been resolved from that combat. But you can tell, there's still bits and pieces of the floor that have been, or nothing's been repaired, I should say, not resolved. Nothing's been repaired from the combat. There's bits and pieces missing from the floor. there's just like burn marks on the walls. You know, there's signs that there was a heavy fight in here. You know, in the vision they fought in this room. They fought the I think the Hydra construct in this room. You don't see the Hydra construct. You do see a bunch of broken terminals, and you see that the wall on the far side, the door on the far side of the room, looks like it is very slightly moving. Like it's like going to slide open and then not quite open, slide open, not quite open. Like it's like stuck, just barely trying to open.
I guess we keep going.
You can go up to the door. Doesn't look like it's going to open easily, but you could just cut this one open. Your blade is still sort of like burning red hot, happy to slice open stuff if it can.
Oh, finally! Yeah, I smashed into it.
So you cut into the door, and as soon as you take like a couple good slashes into it, the things that were sort of stopping the door from sliding open snaps off, and the door slides the rest of the way open. And you can see a hallway down this way that looks like it's in pristine condition. Like it looks not only clean but polished. Like someone has come along and spit shined the whole hallway. Down the hallway, you can see the back part of the door, which does look like it's still kind of crumpled in slightly, but does look like everything other than the damage that you can see down here. Everything looks like it's in pristine condition, except for that part of the damage. And even the damage looks clean. It just looks like it's obviously something is still broken.
And in our vision, the hallway was this pristine and the door was not damaged.
Yeah, the hallway looked abandoned and old, but it kind of was dirty and full of like little bits of debris and stuff, like had things that corroded over the years and fallen apart. And that door was fully functional. This does not look like it did in the vision.
Is this an illusion?
What do you want to do?
Can I
It
use
does
the
not
gem
appear
of
to be.
seeing? Okay.
So you raise the gem of seeing, looking through it. You want to use it's like a daily power, encounter power. I don't know what the.
Let me look. I forget. Is anybody else worried about this? Maybe they just had the maid come.
It is a daily power if you want to use it. So.
How long does it last?
Until the end of your next turn. So it's really short. Like it doesn't last very long. So if you use it here, then it's used.
Yeah. What do we think?
It does
Dean
seem
thinks-
interesting. But
It's
I don't know
interesting.
if we want to burn a daily on it.
Keep on. Enter in.
We also could do any of our rituals to like see what happened here within the last time.
But don't we know what happened here?
Well,
It
in the
doesn't
vision, the
look like the
hallway
vision.
wasn't clean.
And so this part here looks different than in the vision. I think that's what one of many is trying to figure out. Like, why does this part look different? And is it a go into it and figure out, or is it stop here and cast some spells and try to figure it out?
I'm wondering if
So-
this is maybe where the Nyogi tried to board.
I think it is, right?
Real quick, I will say, Griffle, when you're looking into this and you're kind of like seeing, oh, what's going on here? You can feel the helm shift down slightly. And from the helm's perspective, like when you're paying attention through the crystal helm, it shows the entire hallway as being like a slightly off planar anomaly. Like there's some sort of latent planar energy here.
Oh. So if we step through it, we might be in a different plane?
Or like there's some sort of planar nonsense happening. It doesn't look like it's strong enough to plane shift you. It looks like there was maybe planar energy, like what you'd sense if like the engines of a plane shifting ship went by. That's what this feels like. It feels like planar exhaust.
Okay.
Do 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 do. Y'all need to take an action.
I
What
don't
is more?
I think we should continue forward.
All right, let's do it.
You guys move up down the hallway. It feels a little like very slightly slick, right? Like again, like it's like there's a new like a layer of polish where it's not dangerous, but like you have to walk very slightly carefully. And you can see that there's little scuff marks on the floor when you guys pass through, especially Drock and Griffle in their heavy armor. You see at the end the doorway. As you get close to it, it slides open, and the door looks like it's in pristine condition as well, showing you the room beyond. And as soon as the door slides open, you hear this loud sort of like arrhythmic sound coming from the room, and you can see on that sort of console, this giant console that's broken up to on the left, you can see it's completely covered in some sort of like insect swarm.
Are they cleaning?
They seem to be like chewing on the console stuff. The green
Is
boxes.
this like the
insects.
parasites stuff?
So at this moment, when the door slides open, Philly is here, right? Like he's technically next to you and not around. Philly would immediately see those swarms just light up as a field of yellow, as aberrant.
Are
So
they
that all
Nothic?
of those insects read as aberrant creatures.
Nothic are bigger than that, right?
Nothic are bigger than that. Like Nothic are, they're not really that big, but I think they're like 3 feet tall or something.
Okay.
They're not insect size.
Yeah.
So little information in my notes about what the Nothic look like. I guess I just sort of assumed that I could go. Yeah. So yeah, they're like 4 feet tall.
Okay. Do these
They're
insects seem to
not.
notice us?
Don't seem to be paying attention, at least if they do notice you. Looking at this, the helm recognizes that the planar energy is coming from those insects, and they read as aberrant to Philly.
Now that being said, Baneslayer would want to kill these things, right? If Philly was here, would he just immediately want to fight these things?
So this is the thing. Each of these bugs looks like they're maybe a couple inches at max, and most of them look like they're maybe an inch long. Um, it's one of those things of like, yeah, Baneslayer wants to kill them all, but Philly's going to be like, that would take a really long time to kill all of these things, or we'd have to like burn the whole room. Like, if we're going to kill these things, maybe we should, but it's not going to just be walk up and stab it, right? Like, it's going to be, this is like it looks like an infestation.
Mhm.
Yeah, flamethrower would be great.
But yeah, he would, if he was here, he would probably vote for kill it with fire.
Down for some slaughter.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Are they bigger than Filibuster?
No, they are not.
For one, no.
For once, no. All right, and so this would be the point where you guys imagine open up by blasting some stuff, and then you can feel as you sort of, you guys can do whatever you'd like to do. Position yourselves as you would like to be for opening up on these things. The assumption I am making is you are going to try to burn these things out. Where is everybody standing? If you're standing where you want to be, please put a 1 in chat for me, please.
And can we just enter the room?
Yeah, they don't seem to react to you being around at first. All right, Griffel, Drock, and Morin are where they would like to be. And one of Minnie has her consciousness
Mhm.
where she would like it to be. Or it's on the right. There we go.
Are you scared of bugs?
I mean, I don't want to get any goo on me if I can help it.
Ew, goo.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to do probably, because I know how this fight works, it is going to behoove you to have Filibuster here for it. I'll kind of start this, and I'm going to put Philly where I kind of expect he would want to be. Oh my god, he has so many versions of his character on here. Anyone happen to know which one is the correct version of Filibuster?
The one that
Is
wins
there
the
a
fight.
Just
version
one.
of Filibuster?
The paladin one.
No, we want crowd control, not the paladin, right?
No, the paladin one is gonna smite so hard. It's really good.
Yeah, but can you imagine like Rain of Blood in here?
Again, the context of all these things is beautiful.
Right?
I don't. Can you imagine Rain of Blood in here? I mean, I think this is the correct Filibuster. That is not the right layer.
Tell him to clear out his character sheets and get his act together.
Well, I think I have it correct. He just has a couple different ones because, like, one of these is shared control for the session where they had like multiple people could control a character. One of them
Yeah,
is
why
his
do we still
paladin.
have those, by the way?
They could probably be deleted by this point.
I only have
Yeah,
one
probably.
version of myself, so.
Well, I have a
Most
version of me that's
people-
filibuster, so you could put that one out if you wanted to.
All right, so I'm gonna go from there. All right, so I'm gonna assume Filibuster is about here, and then we'll start this off and roll some initiative. So as you guys start to kind of blast and start to wind up and destroy a lot of little creatures, the crystal helm detects like a plane shift and feels this massive crawling swarm of things chewing their way from another plane into this room.
Ugh.
Okay.
As these things pop up.
Oh,
Narc,
come on,
Warren.
bro.
Oh, I don't know if you guys can see their names. Yeah, you can. Fine.
Yeah.
So, should
And
we
we can see the
use
numbers.
stall tactics here, guys? A couple of us rolled terribly, so I feel stall tactics might be good.
Are
Yep.
we rolling initiative this time?
Don't we get
Yeah,
to
go
see
ahead
how
and
they
roll
roll?
initiative.
Yeah, I think stall tactics would be good, and I think I would like to make it such that either me or Philly goes first. If it's me, I'm definitely dropping Pure Glow and giving them Radiant Vulnerability.
And
I
what
will
we'll probably
do
do,
stall
I'm
tactics.
likely just gonna set this up, and then we'll do this at the start of the next game. Is like cool.
Oh, okay.
Let's jump into the fight, but let's get all the pieces on the board. Let's get what we're setting ourselves up to do. If you're gonna get for stall tactics, they are all affected by it. There aren't any things that you can't see in this encounter. So go ahead and give yourselves a +10 because it makes it easier on me. Just give yourselves a +10 to initiative because it's mechanically the same. Where is...
One, did you roll 41 naturally, or is that with the +10?
No, that's with the +10.
Okay, I only looked and saw the 41 after, so I'm like, what?
Darn of Earth. Where is that?
Wow. Philly got a 47 for initiative. Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his initiative is very good.
Okay. For some reason, my initiative is not going to the turn order.
I think you
Give
pulled
me
out a
guys.
different version of Morin, and you might need to re-click on Morin again because I don't see Morin on the board.
Okay, I do.
Weird. I
Do
don't.
you see Morin on the board? Does everyone
No.
I
else?
do.
Oh, I don't see it. I know Morin was standing right here, but there's nothing in that square.
Yeah, I
It
don't
still is for
see
me.
him.
I'm gonna reload.
Triggered actions. Stone of Earth.
Okay. So I should have a 47 for initiative.
47? Oh,
Yeah, because I rolled a I'm sorry, not a
40.
47, a 46. I rolled a
Yep.
30. I rolled a 36. How do
Yep,
I
yep.
change my initiative?
Just click on the number, and it'll let you change it. I click on the number in the tracker.
Okay. Yeah, last time I did that, that's what deleted my token apparently. So I'm not sure what happened.
Free
Okay.
action.
I think only one of them goes before any of you guys. So Philly Morin and one will get to lay down the AoE nonsense when we kind of get into game next time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so when you guys were talking, I was like, oh, I thought they would be like, all right, well, we're gonna go the reverse way. And so I had that way planned out, and I thought you guys were gonna get into some nonsense the other way. A bunch of different things you could do, but that was what I thought. And you're like, no, we're gonna go from before things get fuzzy, which is a very reasonable thing, right? Like these three are fuzzy, so let's go before it gets fuzzy to the last one before fuzziness. But that's not how it works. It gets fuzzy when she dies, which is at this place.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have rolled my, because we can't roll dice of auspicious fortune or auspicious fortune on the ship. But
Mhm.
I think it's reasonable to assume that I would have been like, yeah, we're probably going to get into a fight here. It would be handy to have some like auspicious fortune up my sleeve. Can I have
Yeah.
rolled them?
It would even be that moment of like you get off the ship, you go to cut through the door, and you're like, ha, and then she's like, hey, there's anti-divination stuff here, and you're like, oh, I should roll my dice. Go
Yeah.
down the hall, roll your dice.
Oh.
No! Wait, no, hang on, that's good. I can make me miss people if
Yeah.
I want to.
Yeah.
Can.
Okay.
I can't even remember the last time I rolled mine. I've a 7, 11, and a 15.
My
Right.
character sheet says I only have a 5 left, so I guess I'm trusting that.
Cool.
I don't think I ever got to roll mine, because I've just been on the ship the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a while since anyone rolled. I just can't decide if I want to re-roll or if those are half decent numbers.
Well, you don't get the choice. So
But you get
So,
to
like, if-
roll them once a day, right?
yeah,
At
but if
the
you don't use
end of a
them
long
that day,
rest.
they go away. Yeah.
Oh, they go away. Oh, so then I would have to re-roll. I have not rolled these in forever.
Yeah. But you have to roll them every day. You can't keep a good set for the next day.
Now I gotta figure out where my button is.
And then can I have filibuster's going first. How would you guys feel about Morin? How would you feel about swapping places for pure glow shenanigans?
That'd be great. I can do radiant damage.
Yeah. Because I can swap 2 people from the party.
Yeah.
I think that's
Okay.
a good
Sounds good to me.
idea.
Okay, so I'll go. So I'm 29. You're 46. So I'll go 46.
I'm 29. There we go.
Okay. Is there anything else we want to
Gary. Of course, remember those ships are U-shaped.
do? Do we also
what
do we have action points tracked? Like I feel like
You guys should all have an action point because
yeah, we've
Because-
been through a lot of stuff, right? Like
yeah.
Yeah, have we passed
So
the milestone today?
Yeah. you have passed your milestone today. I don't remember where. Nope, that's wrong. Delete deck. AP. There we go.
Okay. And then
There we go.
And Morin and I still have potions?
No idea.
I mean, there are potions on the ship, but I think the assumption is that we could just always have potions if we wanted to, right?
Yeah.
But
It has quite a few potions on it. You just don't tend to use them.
I think could we assume that like the basic ones are pretty like we just kind of have as many as we want or need?
Yeah, I mean, like the ships that the potion can make. Jesus fuck. The potions that the ship can make are all relatively simple, but simple doesn't mean that they're bad. It's like I think it's cure moderate wounds and something else.
Mm.
The thing is
I-
usually that they're inefficient if you guys have a lot of healing, and the group does have a good amount of healing. So
Because
I feel like we last talked about potions years ago.
I know that's the problem. Is it a standard action to use a potion or a minor action?
it's 2 minors typically. Because it's a minor to
Kind of-
draw, a minor to drink, which is why usually you don't do it.
And isn't that like a homebrewed thing for you as well? Because technically it would be 3 minors, like a minor to stow your weapon, a minor to
Correct.
pull the potion out, and another minor to drink. It would be like a full action to drink a potion. And
Yeah,
then on
unless
your
you have-
next turn you'd have to like spend time picking your weapon out again.
Yeah, which I don't do. I'm just minor to draw and minor to drink is already a problem, and the only reason I don't do it as 1 minor is there are certain items and abilities that take off one of those minor actions, and I don't want those to be useless abilities. So
Mhm.
because they are useful, right? Like the bandolier being a belt item or being a waistlet item, if you use potions, is actually really handy. So
What if you have a beer helmet?
Yes.
Potion in it. Or like a camelback.
Just constantly
Really?
chugging potions.
Potion. Yeah.
Yeah.
The beer helmet one is not one that I've thought about before, but the camelback, the potion camelback, is one that I've been like, man, that feels like something that like an actual adventure. If you had like heavy
Someone
armor
would
on,
have invented this, surely.
yeah, no, you 100% would put a potion of healing in like a camelback straw that you can like go down into your like. I know it sounds dumb, but like that would be very convenient if you're like injured, and you can just like pull a little nozzle out of your armor and drink a potion of healing. Like that should 100%
There
be a
is
thing.
there is the classic question of, if you fall into a large vat of healing potion, would you drown?
You which is funny because in the Dice Mice game, they're sort of terrified of something like that happening because taking multiple potions will very likely kill you. So they encountered actually earlier today encountered a vat that they think is pretty much one giant healing potion, and like, we should drink it, and other people are like, absolutely not. One, don't drink the unknown honeyed potion that we don't know what it is, that we pulled a corpse out of. Step one, don't drink it in general. And two, drinking any large quantity of this would probably kill us, as it was counted as multiple potions. Which is funny. But yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely adding the Nothic ships are U-shaped to the list of that is true. I did not expect you to just like, 100%. We're picking up what you put down. Obviously, you remember that from fucking 2 years ago.
It wasn't though. It was like 6 months ago, and like, what a dumb shape for a ship. How could you not remember that?
I think that was
How does-
one of the sessions I wasn't there for.
Oh.
But I immediately was like, what kinds of space-faring entities do we know? Well, there's the Adversary, there's the Legion, there's the Imperium, there's the Nothic and the Neogear. And I was like, well, hang on.
I think there isn't any. Oh, again, it won't let me show you just the outside of the ship. I was going to show you what the ship looks like, but because I have a picture, but I've got a bunch of like notes and stuff on it. So, but yeah, no, it does have a sort of distinctive looking, like clamped U shape to it. Which your characters might be, if you'd seen one of them before, I would have just said it's a Nothic ship. But like, your characters have not seen one of the Nothic ships before, so you didn't have a reason to automatically recognize it. But when you're like, oh yeah, that's U-shaped, and we remember someone saying something about that, and then I was like, well, yeah, fine, yeah, sure.
Oh, I'm so sorry you're annoyed at us for paying attention to the game details of the game that you're.
No, 100% not annoyed. 100% that's a positive. But it always
pleasantly
surprises me,
exasperated.
right? It always surprises me when you're just like, oh, we don't remember this thing from last session, but the Nothic ships are U-shaped. We've never seen one. We've never encountered them before. We heard it and thought, that's a tidbit of information to store away in our brain for forever. Like,
us being like, wait, so who's Andersung again? Oh, but the Nothic ships are U-shaped.
Yeah. I was like, signs your players are neurodivergent. No. Yeah.
Fun times. Yes, we do forget fairly obvious things on a regular basis. That is true.
Right. And then it's one of those things of I've been talking to people like on this creator Discord, and we've been hanging out in a productivity channel while I'm working on Dice My stuff when I have the energy to, which is for the past month has been very rarely. Like, I've been just so tired. Like, when I went to visit JP, I was just like passed out exhausted every time I got home. I was just like dead. I got back to the Airbnb. But like when I have time and I am sitting in there and chilling and stuff, there's so much bitching, I guess, about players, but not in a way that's not constructive. So there's like constructive bitching about players, right? It's like, players have problems doing this. My players did this thing that was very frustrating for me as a DM. What can I do to both communicate that I would like them to not do that, and also, what can I do to make it easier on them to not do whatever the action is that I'm wanting them not to do, right? Like, if there's someone at my table who's on their phone all the time and doesn't seem to be paying attention and has to be brought back into the action, how do I translate that, right? And one of the common ones that comes up all the time is like, what happens when one of the people at the table goes, why are we here? What are we doing again? Like, why are we doing what we're doing? And like that's the thing of like, oh, well, you have to do this and this and this, and you have to like be really clear about your like plot lines and stuff, and you have to give them handouts with all the clues and stuff that they've gotten. And I'm like, man, no, I don't do that for my players. I will do that for some groups, but like for this group, it is so relaxing to on a certain thing to not feel like I have to be responsible for your guys' engagement in what's going on in the game, right? That I can be like, I can just focus on presenting things, making the world feel realistic, making sure that I'm doing the stuff that I need to do, and assume that you guys are gonna treat it like, oh, he's put a bunch of work into this, so we can put a bunch of work into figuring out what's going on, and there's going to be payoffs, and it's going to be fun, and it's kind of this feedback that's very positive, right? So being in those rooms where I'm hearing this refrain all the time of my players don't pay attention, my players are uninterested, my players are not invested in what's going on, and then having those moments where like I put so much work into specifics, like the Neogi ships are U-shaped and have this very distinctive look to them, and then the Nothic ships, are U-shaped, have distinctive look, and the Neogi ships are spider ships, and they have this mechanical, very very distinctive look to it as well. And going through that and looking at all of my fucking notes and being like, ah, man, is it worthwhile to keep doing all this? And then being like, no, these are things that they're picking up and they're getting invested in, and I think someone said last session something that made me really feel like it was worthwhile to keep running this, not just keep running this game, but keep running the game in the way that I'm enjoying really running it. I think it was Foxy that said something along the lines of like, it's really nice to talk to people where we feel like we know more of what's going on, because you guys have a really good like breadth of knowledge, where like you don't have like the hyper specific knowledge that a lot of the NPCs you talk to have, but like you kind of have some like worldview over level of like, okay, we actually have a pretty decent understanding of the overall arching world. And I don't think you guys can get that and enjoy getting that if you guys weren't the players you are. So, thanks again for treating my world with respect, and I appreciate it.
Let's hope you feel that way after what we do to these prime Nara swarms next week.
Yeah,
week,
they're gonna
next
get
month.
disrespected.
Isn't this like a month out now?
It is.
It's gonna be like 5 months between combats. I have no idea what I'm doing.
I just have the same approach that I do with every video game, where I just start hitting my buttons.
And then hit an unspeakable bond when you take damage.
Exactly.
And then reload the save if it doesn't go well.
Take the damage for me.
I'm technically always holding an action, a reaction, which is unspeakable bond.
Yeah,
It's 5 weeks away. Oh, that's devastating.
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Better
It's
than 3
okay. We
months.
lasted for 3 months and it was okay. I mean, it was terrible, let's be honest. But we lasted for 3 months. We can do it.
Can do it.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we can. I don't know what everyone's November looks like, but for me, November is a month that I have like 1 week where I can't do anything, but like most of the rest of my schedule I can fit stuff around. So
What about October?
October is the same way.
Okay.
So October. Did I say only November? So October and November both have a single week.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, guys. My February is wide open.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about October and November
Oh.
specifically because I know December is so hard because like
Yeah.
just the holidays are.
Can you guys, because daylight savings happens soon, can you guys check, because we're gonna shift again soon. Can you guys check the start time on the next session and tell me if that is the correct start time? So the 27th.
No. because we don't do daylight savings, and it's very confusing to me every time how it changes. So
It's correct
All
for
of
me.
our
I mean,
It is correct for me.
Wait,
well,
how is it correct for Josh and not one of mine?
Yeah, what?
I just don't know if it's supposed to change or not. Doesn't it change with daylight savings?
So when does your daylight savings change, Griffle?
Uh,
I thought mine was October or something.
I know most of the Americas is November.
Yeah, so my America
We'll
doesn't
begin
change.
again October 5th. Okay, so it's October 5th. So
Wait.
This
between
one's normal.
so the next session will stay at the normal time, and then
Mhm.
at the sessions after that will let me put up
Oh, mine's
Then we'll
November
be in
October
2nd.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
'Cause
literally the day of. Okay.
Well, that's a bad idea.
Now that'll be awkward.
We'll
But
just have to ping
That will be
each
awkward.
other all day.
I think that from what I was hearing from you guys last time we did this, you were saying that like, because I remember we kind of drifted, like we kept drifting like further and further like forward in time, like later and later in the evening, and you guys were saying like, oh, actually it's getting to the point where it's like we're really tired by the end of session. And I was like getting up at like 10 a.m. and I was like, well, didn't I used to get up at 7 a.m. for you guys? Like, I'm fine to do like 8 or 9. Like,
Okay.
7 was a bit hard on a weekend when I like work a lot, but 8 or 9 a.m. is fine. So, like,
Kylie and I got
I'm
into
gonna
a
put-
session one week and looked at each other and went, "How is it that we're starting 4 hours later?" And like,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I know that time changes, but it usually goes 1 hour one way and then 1 hour back
then-
the other
and
way,
then back
and
again,
forth.
yeah.
And this is just advanced 4 hours over the course of
So
2
I
years.
think what happened
Yeah.
was you guys pushed it forward for me so that I wasn't getting up at like 6 a.m. that like
yeah.
when daylight savings happened, and then we kept it so that when I went forward again, you guys like so that when I went back again, you guys went forward again. And I don't know how we ended up with 4 though. Like 3 would have made sense to me, but 4 hours.
Even you
a bit much.
describing that confused me. I hate daylight savings so much.
God, I hate
so
daylight savings
confusing.
so much. Yeah.
one thing I will
Okay.
say, one request that I have is if we do end up playing on that day, you can do the other version of the timestamp that gives you the countdown. And so we'll just
yeah.
do it on that on that day if that ends up being a day that we end up playing.
We'll just all
Okay.
remember that it's potential fuckery and check the Discord.
Yeah,
A few
well, I'm saying we should
What
check
I'll
the Discord.
do-
Saying we'll put the countdown in the Discord for what the correct time is. So
Yeah,
you never
yeah,
have to know what
There we
time
go.
zone it would give you.
Right.
Yeah, like that, where it gives the time
Yeah.
the countdown.
Well, hang on, that's the wrong. That's actually the wrong one. So let me fix that.
Long day.
Is it?
But
Yeah, 11th
No, it's
versus
not.
4th. Yeah. The 2 months
Oh.
is
the
for
first,
the 11th.
fourth, and the second one is the
There we
11th. So
Wow.
I
Yeah,
Changing
yeah,
it
yeah.
by,
That's what I
by
said.
a week.
I like picked the wrong one. It's fine.
Change it by a week, changed it to say from in 2 months to in a month.
To 1
Yeah.
month.
Love
Yeah.
it.
I'm
So
gonna
that'll
put these up
be
together,
okay.
and then you guys can tell me if we need to adjust the time. You guys can tell me, and I can just edit the message instead.
I
of
like that time. That's earlier for
Okay.
me.
2 p.m. is fantastic, or
Yeah, 2
whatever
p.m.
it is
would
for you.
be a dream. This is good too, but it was starting to start at 4 o'clock, end at 9 o'clock, and that was making me have a hard time.
this is fine for me. Like, I wouldn't want to start any later than what we're starting right now.
Is
So
this later than what we are right
this
now?
becoming an hour earlier is fine.
Yeah, it's an hour earlier is okay. I was finding this time better because if people plan things, it tends to like end at like 2 or 3, and then I could get back home for 4. But it's not terrible going an hour earlier either. So
I don't mind if it's an hour later than what this is.
now I'm curious what's gonna happen on that one. Let's see, 2. So November it switches, and it goes to like 2 hours earlier for me, which might be hard.
Okay, is that a problem? Yeah.
It
Yeah, that's a little early for me.
I'd rather not
I mean,
do it that early.
Not a huge problem, but
Okay. Let me put the rest of the dates up, and then you can tell me which ones we need to change the times on.
Starting November 8th.
yeah, well, let her put it
For
there.
you? Okay. 20. I'm gonna go to.
I just don't know how hard they are to
beginning of
change.
November.
So if we know when it starts,
No,
point
they're
doing
not
them
hard at all.
twice.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we-
didn't know.
Oh,
Hammer time makes it real easy. Okay, there we go. So starting November 8th, so November 9th for me. So if I test out is this the correct time?
No, it's
No.
the wrong
other
way.
direction.
Other way. Okay, cool.
We have far too
So-
many time zones and everything
This is
involved.
the correct time, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
we would not
Okay.
function without fucking hammer time.
Right?
Yeah, we super would not. Okay, so then from here on out, I'm just gonna change from this one onwards.
Yep. Like, I don't know how groups that don't use hammer time and have multiple time zones function.
Well, they probably don't have someone on the other side of the world. That's what really messes it up.
That does make it like quite significantly more difficult. Like me,
Yeah, but, like-
I am the outlier here.
Oh, but Canada does a different.
Treasure plays with people that are in Europe and in America and in her other game. So that's one person in Finland, one person in Australia, and like two
Oh
or three
my
people.
god!
And
No way.
prior to being in Dice Mice, they weren't using hammer time and they were just translating it. And I was like, I would go insane.
I hate that for them.
So, but 1 and more, and are those times like still good
Those
for
good
you?
for you guys?
Yes.
That's the time that it is right now.
Okay.
So that's fine.
Oh, okay, so you switch. You basically have to go an hour back, and then okay.
It'll be an hour earlier for us in October.
Yeah.
And then in November, it will go back to being the normal time.
Oh, that's so weird.
I know.
Okay, so can everyone have a look at all those dates and say, are they correct are they correct and doable for you as it currently stands?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, for the time works. I haven't looked at.
Yes.
I
We'll
I meant the
vote.
time. Yeah.
But the inputs are correct.
listen. I've
Yes.
barely figured out if September works for me. So anything further, I don't know.
You
For
can
me,
vote
I
and then
know-
change it. Like you can like make a guess as to like whether or not you're going to be good for it and then change it later.
I know it, but the problem is my guess is like I'm probably good for all of it, and then I change it to not, and I feel like that messes it up more than I still don't know.
True. That's fine.
Eh.
For
Did
me,
we stop the recording, by the way, or are we doing all this
Oh
for the
no,
benefit of
this
the
is
YouTube
all
audience?
on the recording. People can hear the camera.
Excellent. So exciting for the YouTube audience. I love that.
Yeah, if you're still listening, you should have stopped like 15 minutes ago.
You definitely should have, yeah. Okay, let me have a look.
Although this portion of
October.
the episode is sponsored by Hammer Time. Having trouble scheduling with friends around the world, Hammer Time might be for you.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna
I am
stop it
not
now, though.
available.